Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mlango na kiti. Sawa. Well, a very good morning. We are coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium. This is the 4th Athletics Kenya BETIKA track and field meet from the iconic Afraha Stadium, a sports facility that has a lot of cultural significance, 76 years of age this year in 2025. A lot of great names have passed through here. It is considered also a turf that is very, 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 very fast. And on your screens, we have the first semi-final of the women's 200 meters race. Coach, take it away.
Thank you very much, and welcome all for this meet as we prepare for the trials for the World Relay, which is supposed to be in China on 11th and 12th of May, and the trials will be next weekend at Nyayo Stadium. So this is more like a build-up for the trials, and we expect stiff competition and a good outing in China thereafter. But this is the second semi-final. Let's see what the ladies have for us.
Well, indeed, yesterday we saw a record over 230 sprinters registering. I remember we had so many hits yesterday, and at some point we did manage to sail through the day. Despite the chilly weather and some showers, the heavens decided to open up towards the end of the day. Coach, the track, could this be an attraction to the many athletes, especially the sprinters?
Remember, Nakuru is considered at the center of a lot of places like Eldoret, Nairobi, Nyahururu. So everybody wants to be here because it is closer to home. It's almost at the center. Yes.
Well, on your screen, that is the second semi-final of the women's 200 meters. And the list, we have Naomi Njoki, Leah Chemtai, Sarah Kwamboka, Faith Bukachi, Mercy Adongo Okech, Ann Badha, Maureen Nanjala, Wafula, and Helen Siombua Kali.
There's Prisons 1 and 2, then KDF 3. I didn't see it as being a very fast race. It was a little bit rather slower.
Yeah, this hit was rather slow. Coach, I was just looking at the results of the men, and I didn't see any of the men doing a sub 10 in their 100 meters. I think the person who came close was 10.2. We said 10.1. I don't know, Coach. Does it mean probably in the finals we are going to see that?
Like I said last week, the previous meet, it's too early in the season. When you look at the international races, like yesterday, Bednarek ran at 10.07 at the Grand Prix. And then you can see our hometown boy, Manyala, running 10.07, 10.09. So it's still very early in the season. Everybody is really waiting for the World Championship. Closer to the World Championship, you will see sub-10s.
Well, indeed, that's very nice. And a big shout out to the Utawala Sprints team. I like their theatrics. I like how they motivate themselves. Anytime they have a participant in any race, you'll just notice the body language of their colleagues going around, waving the flag, taking photos. They have a dedicated media team. I remember you're the one who told me, Coach, that they are a living example that you don't necessarily need to be in the discipline forces for you to make it in athletics.
The irony is 90% of the athletes are from the forces. It's only 10% or less that is not in the forces. But shout out to their coach, Coach Pape, who is in Budapest right now studying strength and conditioning, courtesy of National Olympic Committee of Kenya. That was very good of her, and for the other young coaches, upcoming coaches. But shout out to Tawala, and we're really waiting for the trials and see what you guys can produce, and not just the trials throughout the season. Let's see what you can produce, how many people you'll have in the national team, and how many medals they'll bring back.
I'm looking at the qualifying times for the women in the semi-finals yesterday, and we had a 25.6. We had a 25.3 as well. So as you say, Coach, we should await surprises. And indeed, Coach, the university category, my athlete for Misiolo, I met him yesterday again. I just like his consistent. And he now knows. Actually, yesterday he came here to the booth and he was waving and showing me that I'm there. Nico. Uh, I saw him take part in 5,000 meters. So the new entrance also, and we also saw NYS, Coach.
I like the fact that we are having new entrants like NYS, like you see the athletes from Northeastern. And talking of 5,000 meters, there are 324 athletes in the 5,000 meters. We'll have a very long day here doing 5,000 meters. But on this start list, the man to watch is on lane 7, Zablon Ekwam. He had the fastest time yesterday of 20.5. And before coming here, he told me, Coach, I'm going for sub 20. So he has my 10,000 if he goes sub 20.
Well, that is the first heat of the men's 200 meters, the first semi-final. Really, very fast hit. Look at how they're negotiating the corner. His experience, his Ekwam is on the lead. Seems easy for him, but there seems to be competition on the left flank. Seems to have burnt out. Chinega is coming out close.
And Kiprono.
Ekwam easily sails to the win and wins the race.
This is like a home ground to Ekwam because he trains in Nyaururu. And I like how poised he is. He has a lot of psych. He really wants to run a sub 20. He badly wants that sub 20. Remember, he's a 400-meter athlete, so he's using this as speed work.
Yeah, I remember seeing him run a sub 45, doing a 44.69. I'm yet to see someone who has tried to reach that record. So as far as we are concerned, in 400, he's the man to watch.
But I challenged Ekwam last year and at the beginning of this year. I told him, if you want to go for that 400-meter record, you have to put in the work. And I challenged him to go over the distance. You see, the person who owns the record is Korir, 800-meter athlete. What does it tell us? That he has a lot of endurance, or he has a lot of speed endurance, or he has enough speed. We have to bridge that gap as sprinters. And when you look at it even right now, the person who's among the top is a 400-meter athlete, Kevin Kipkorir. Is winning 100 meters, is winning 200, is winning 400 meters. So it's a challenge that I gave them. So Ekwam, remember you have my challenge, and you've missed out on the 10,000. Let's wait for another sub 20, maybe in the trials.
I was very eager to probably get some commission out of it as a witness. So now we've both lost in terms of monetary gains, me and Ekwam. And yesterday we had lots of athletes here, and in the sprints we had, and I remember even at some point we had the organizers had to put the steeplechase in between because we'd just done the hits for the 100 meters for men and women. Then we did 200. Then we were to have 400. But remember, Coach, the same guys who were in the previous races, or the same guys going to do 400, and there are others who are also attempting 800. This zeal, this passion, this urge, could this be attributed to the Omanyala fever? Because I'm foreseeing in the next 2, 3, 4 years, there's another sprint generation that is coming up, as much as we'd match it, or rather compare it to the bulk that we have of athletes when it comes to long and middle distance runners in Kenya.
Yes, we attribute it to Omanyala, and when you look at this hit, it has the who's and who's. When you say the current crop of the upcoming, you have to look at Simani in lane 2, lane 1. Then you have to look at Mwai. There's a boy by the name of Dennis Mwai. It's young, and they are running against the seasoned athletes like Samuel Chege, who is in this heat. We have Wise Manuere, who is in this heat. We have Tauta in this heat. We have even Kiprono, I can see, in this heat, and Meshak Babu. So this will be a very fast. This one will come in so fast, I can assure you. And the upcoming ones are in for it also. Simani from lane 2, very young boy.
Well, Regal, Yesterday we saw he takes off very nicely, negotiates the corner very nicely, almost in the leading position. But once he comes into full stature, full position, you see other people overtaking him. I think also there needs to be a lot of work and training when it comes, because I can see that boy has a future. Meshak Babu did post a 10.2, is it a 10.2, 10.1 in 100 meters. So indeed, that is also another man to watch. And this is the second semi-final, and off they go.
And remember, Meshak is coming off from Uganda, winning the 100 meter, the coming second after Omanyala. And you can see they're negotiating the bend so well, though I can see Chege is a little bit behind. And Moa is leading at the moment. Wise Manuere coming in also fast. Like I told you, this will be a very fast finish, as you can see. Close finish. Photo finish for me.
Yeah, I like the way Tauta at the crossing line did throw his upper body in front. And I think it's a close one between Moai and and Meshak Babu. So let's wait to see the final results, as well as the timings of this particular athletes. Coach, Fraha Stadium. I grew up in this town, schooled in this town. We'd never seen such a thing before. So this is the first this is the first time we are seeing this tartan track, and indeed there was a lot of mixed reactions. People coming here, others touching, people taking photos on the side, there others posing, others were even live. I don't want to mention names because probably they are watching. Others were even live on TikTok and telling guys to tap as they watch. So there's some sort of enthusiasm and excitement with this blue tartan track here in Nakuru.
Remember, another blue tartan track is in Machakos. So people really want to have a touch of this tartan track. I don't know why, because of the color. But it's good to have a tartan track outside Nairobi, so that we have more athletes coming out from the grassroots. It's a nice showing, very nice showing. And I hope we'll have athletes from Nakuru also in the trials next week and making the team.
Well, I remember this was a World Bank project launch in early 2021 when Lee Kinyanjui was the governor of Nakuru County. And it was a project that was supposed to take 18 months from start to fruition. And yesterday, Coach, we were having some sort of banter, online banter in the Nakuru journalists WhatsApp group. And of course, there are people who are not well versed with the technicalities of athletics and the tartan track. And big shout out to senior colleague Francis Mureithi, Suleiman Batia. And I loved the healthy banter and the argument about the tartan track, the times the athletes were posting. But there's one guy, I don't want to mention his name, he asked, what is tartan? That gave me the reminder that we are so much of a football nation. Even when we have contractors doing such stadia, I think their main priority is their football pitch. And sometimes you find people in the athletic circles or other sporting disciplines sort of not given priority. And you can see even we have some other field events that are taking part in ARVIS, that is the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. And they're not here because of reasons better known to me and you.
Well, when Waziri Murkomen took over at the Ministry of Sports, he came up with something that I think will be a good addition to the sports fraternity. He came up with a policy that when we are building these stadiums, let us make them like a complex. Let us think about football, let us think about rugby, let us think about athletics, volleyball, netball in one area. You get it? Let us not just think about football or athletics. Let us make it a complex. Let us not think about where people will sit, but where the athletes will take part in. Let us think about the grounds. So we hope Afra Stadium will not just be about football and athletics, but we'll also have more sports. Like we'll have volleyball at the other end, we'll have netball on the other end, we'll have basketball on another corner. You get it, so that we have many people coming from the grassroots. And the current CS, Buria, is already upping that, and already some work is going on a lot of work is going on the ground on making a lot of county stadiums, mini stadiums, about the ground and not where the people will be sitting, so that we have a lot of people coming from the grassroots.
Well, and that is also a wake-up call to the counties in terms of sports infrastructure. And that is the 5,000 men's first semi-final that has just begun. Over 300 athletes did register for this particular event, so that's why we are having a various hits. So they are going to look at the times that will be posted by the athletes. And there on your screen, they are negotiating the first corner. That is the 5,000 men's race that has just begun. Greg, the 5,000 men's race has attracted 310 athletes, both from the Athletics Kenya affiliates, from new entrants NYS. Person towards there, we have Godwin Kipkoech Mengich. KDF is there, North Rift is there, Prisons Central as well. I'm trying to, there are athletes also from Nyahururu. There's James Waweru, the individual athletes as well. Is this also attributed to the blue track? Because now this is the talk of this is the talk of the city. I was telling Coach, we had I'm in a forum, Nakuru journalist community, and we had some banter yesterday, and the topic the entire night was the tartan track.
I took some photos of the track yesterday, posted on my social media, and everybody was like, okay, they only taking into account athletics and not other sport. I was like, yeah, the field events are also not being hosted here apart from the long and triple jump. Most of the field events are the RVIST, Rift Valley Institute. But then I'm looking at the tartan track. It's just attractive. You remember when we had that one at Kasarani, and then we hosted the second edition of the Kip Keino Classic. Everybody loved that track, and I think it's all about how the track is. And I feel those who had a feel of it yesterday, that's on day one, came in, and of course they shared the stories and the huge turnout. You're talking about 314 athletes in the 5,000 meters final. It's something that just makes it even sweeter, because the larger the number means that this meet has attracted and even exceeded expectations, and it's something that we are yet to see in other meets, because 1,200 is quite a huge number. We are used to maybe 400 athletes, 600 or 700 going to the high. But right now, the 5,000 meters, of course, attracting so many athletes. And yesterday we were talking about the urge of Kenyan athletes, especially the men, toppling the world beaters, the likes of Joshua Cheptegei, the likes of the likes of Barega, the Ethiopians who have dominated this race for quite a while. And we are here talking about the 5,000 meters that has been an Achilles, of course, on Kenyan athletes. Jacob Krop, of course, winning silver last time out. Kenya went to the world, so it is a race that has grown interest among these athletes, and you see the huge turnout means that most of these athletes know that they have a chance of representing the country at the World Athletics Championships later on in the year in Tokyo, Japan. So to me, I feel that it's all about, of course, the track, and of course it is also about how well they are lining up for the season, because there are so many events that are coming up, and of course these events will attract as many athletes as possible. We have 2 more legs to go, so looking at this huge number, it means that maybe we are looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in the next 2 Athletics Kenya weekend meets. And the huge number also means that many people are growing interest, especially in the 5,000, which is a race that, of course, Kenya aims to dominate. Last time out, of course, it is Jacob Ingebrigtsen who won the 5,000 meters during the World Athletics Championships in Budapest, Hungary. And, of course, Katir of Spain came in second, winning the bronze medal. And, of course, Kenya's Jacob Krop winning bronze medal. So maybe this is just a sign that maybe they want to topple that, because they most of these athletes, when you ask them, they say that Ingebrigtsen cannot dominate us in the 1,500 and come dominate us in the 5,000. And the better preparations and starting this weekend meets makes it even special for these athletes to make to try and see how well they can break that barrier that has been there over the last few years. So if you're joining us, of course, we are on day 2 of the Athletics Kenya BETIKA 4th leg of the weekend meet, and it's happening here at the Afra Stadium. It was quite sunny in the morning. Right now we are witnessing quite a balanced kind of weather, a few clouds here and there, and of course it rained last night in the and of course in the evening it also rained, and that meant that some of the events had to be done in a hurry to ensure that the rain didn't beat us just as we wanted to beat them. But if you're joining us, of course, this is the road to Tokyo, courtesy of the Athletics Kenyan BETIKA, and this is the 5,000 meters men final. Of course, 316 athletes in this field. Of course, not all of them starting at once. There'll be different heats of the 5,000 meters, and it's all happening here in Nakuru. The first time you are seeing this live on your TV, live on your laptop, live on your phone, and of course, wherever you are, it is going to be a great day of athletics, because every event that is happening here will be a final. So who's going to make it? There are a few controversies in the 200 meters, but I know that has been sorted. It's something that I saw the coaches exchange a few words when I was still outside there. But you see, it's all about getting the facts right. And I think that has been solved as we shift our focus to the 5,000 meters. And of course, the entry started to the World Athletics, 42 quarters slotted for the World Athletics Championships. And of course, looking at the timings, for the men is 13 minutes 01 seconds, and of course the women 14 minutes 50 seconds. Of course, that we witnessed yesterday. We'll also be joined by Coach Bernard Ouma later on, who will be sharing a little bit of what he feels about this meet, and of course his experience from all the way from Eldoret to Mumias, everywhere. He's been there. He's one of the most experienced coaches around. We'll be waiting to hear what he has to say. But on your screens right now is the 5,000 meters men final, a final that will have several hits because of the large turnout. And of course, after this, the winners will be ranked. So the better the time you post in your heat, the higher your chances of finishing on the podium.
On the 200 meter race, you sprints, in most cases, they meet emotions because you don't have time for comeback. It's a few seconds and it's done. So any decision made, any blunder, either positive or negative, matters a lot at the time, by the time you'll be crossing the finish line. More will be seen, especially in the relays, the 4x4 and 4x1. That is a time when you see people running mad on this track or on this field. So indeed, sprints emit a lot of emotion from the athlete side, from the coach's side, and I can still see from where we are seated here, there's still negotiation going on with the timekeepers, with the umpires. I think you should also incorporate VAR in athletics, Greg.
Of course, athletics is one of the few sports that embrace technology, and over the years we've seen many decisions made using the still images, commonly known as the photo finish. We've seen that at the World Athletics Championships. We've seen that at the Olympic Games. So it only gets better when there's a little bit of controversy, because that means that in the next one, technology will have to be deployed. We are going to Nyayo Stadium in the next 2 weeks. That's back to back. Of course, it's a triple treat at the Nyayo National Stadium, starting with the relays and, of course, the sprint sessions next weekend. And then we go to the 5th Athletics Kenya Track and Field, and, of course, the 6th, which is the final leg of this series. It's something that, of course, at Nyayo, we've witnessed that. I've commentated on several occasions where decisions have been made on split decisions. That's a photo finish whereby the still images are used to determine who really crossed the line first. You remember a couple of times, of course, it was in the 200 meters, I think, in one of the World Athletics Championships, where they had to use a photo finish to determine who won. And of course, it was all about whose elbow was there, whose leg stepped in down fast, things like that. So it really helps, and I'm sure Nakuru, of course, is a new turf that has been laid here. So it's going to take time before you find this technology coming down here. But I know when you come to the next one, it's going to be easy for us to determine, because all the technology will be deployed here. But I can assure you that this is already happening, courtesy of Athletics Kenya, who have already deployed the technology. Look at what happened during the Kip Keino Classic. It's something that nobody has really taken keen interest in. The National Athletics Championship and, of course, the trials. These are some of the events where the photo finish has been used immensely, and, of course, this helps calm down the nerves. Of course, the 200 meters, we know, is a fast and furious event that normally makes people feel that they have their way. But when you have the decision, they print the photos, show it to the coaches and everything. It's not about, hey, we alimaliza mbele ya huyu, or as they say in Swahili. It's all about, these are the facts and this is what's there. But it's now down to 4 in the 5,000 meters, the first final.
Well, indeed, that is the first semi-final of the 5,000 men's meters race that is on your screen. Brilliant images courtesy of the Athletics Kenya media team, dedicated team, led by senior colleague Magut. The weather yesterday and today, could this also be a determinant, or rather, could it favor some athletes? Could it not favor some athletes? Because I remember when it became chilly towards the end of the day, that's when we were having the heats of some of the sprint races, Greg. And I at some point I saw some of the sprinters, they were not very, very happy. We look, that is the final lap. At least today we have the bell.
Yes, and heading into the final lap, of course, I can see the man who began it all. He is trying so hard to stay away from the rest. I'm talking about Joseph Kimutai, born in 1992 from KDF, a very experienced runner. Is trimmed away from the rest of the pack. Trying to close by is Kevin Kakenya, but then Kimutai, he led from the 6th lap, and he knows that he had what it takes to win this one. So Kevin Kimutai in prime position to take the first final. We'll just be confirming the time, because he's way, way ahead of the rest. Kevin Kimutai is steaming away. He's being cheered by the crowd. Kevin Kimutai of KDF, born in 1992. He's very experienced, 33 years of age, but he knows this is the stage that he can actually dominate this. The man from Lalet wins the 5,000 meters final, heat number 1. Of course, we'll be expecting more and more hits to come by, because there are so many athletes on my left side on this track, those who have come here. So it's all about, even if Kimutai has won, it will be about what time did he post to win this final. So I can always ask, is it an advantage to start, or wait to see what the others have done, especially in this situation?
I think it's not also good to judge at this juncture. Let's wait to see the next hit as we await to see the soldier or hear what he has to say about the race in a side interview by our colleague Charity. So let's wait and see the next hit. Perhaps it could be a faster hit, it could be a slower hit. That's when you are going to determine how the race will be, and probably the other subsequent hits. And as I realized also yesterday, there are athletes that when it comes to such a point where the athletes are many, there are ones who are cheeky and they decide not to go in this particular heat because they know there's immense competition. So they decide to go probably in the next heat and the other subsequent hits. Well, let's hand over to Charity the side with the side interview.
Commentator and analyst. I'm joined there by Joseph Kimtai, who's just won the first heat of the 5,000 meter. Remember, we have 9 more to go. Joseph, in Kapsabet ulimaliza number 4, ilikuwa Maram track na sasa umekuja hapa kwa Tatan track. Gauge mazoezi yako, umeona vipi?
Nimeona iko sawa. Kwanza nashukuru Mungu kwa kunipa afya mzuri. Pia kunipea ushindi siku ya leo. Mazoezi imekuwa mzuri. Because nilikuwa nimeenda Olkalau half marathon.
Sorry about the technical hitch. Once again, I'm joined there by Joseph Kimtai. He finished 4th in Kapsabet and now he's won the first heat of the 5,000 meter. Remember, we have 10 more to go. We have 9 more to go. Joseph, vile gauge mazoezi yako tangu Kapsabet mpaka sai, unajihisi vipi?
Najihisi mzuri. Kwanza nashukuru Mungu kwa kunipa afya mzuri. Tangu nitoke Kapsabet mpaka saizi niko na afya mzuri. Nasikia mzuri sana because naona mazoezi yangu inaendelea vizuri.
So moving forward, unaenda kuna perhaps race international unangoja?
Nilikuwa nangoja visa tu ikifika, but saizi I want to focus for track now. Yes.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Joseph Kimtai. He's saying that he's happy that he's been having good health since Kapsabet, where he finished 4th, and it was a Maram in the high altitude area in Kapsabet, Nandi County. And he's saying that he's happy that he's been able to gauge his performance in his first Tatan track race for the season, and he's hoping that he'll be able to qualify early for the World Championships and continue with his preparations. To continue with the second heat of the 5,000 meters for men.
be different because the leading pack has not yet separated from the rest of the gang, because we still have like the bulk of them still are intertwined together. Perhaps we hope soon the leading pack is gonna separate from the rest. Kimaio is still leading. He's not relenting, not letting anyone overtake him. Seems to be communicating with his teammate there. He turned back twice. Did mention something to his teammate, but he's still on the lead. Greg, Kimayo seems not to be letting the lead. Still, he has maintained his pace, maintained his stature. At least now we have the leading pack separating from the rest of the gang, and he's bolting away slowly by slowly, opening the gap. Seems the issue that was there about 200 meter, the second semi-final, has been sorted. Greg, you are there at the finish line, and perhaps was it very close that it became a controversy?
It became a controversy, of course, and I hope such things will be solved. And of course, you're talking about technology. It is something that has to be embraced if we want actually to meet the standards, because in Kenya, we are privileged to be hosting events that are either bronze or gold label. The National Athletics Championships, of course, it's a silver event that also attracts athletes from out of the country, and of course, the national series, of course, attracts. Like yesterday, we saw athletes from across the globe coming in to compete. So it is something that we can always say we have to ensure that we are in line with what the World Athletics wants. And that reminds me, you know, the next World Athletics Championships were supposed to be held in Nairobi. But then a few hiccups and the lack of preparations. Lord Sebastian Coe, the president of the World Athletics, he said that he really wants the World Athletics Championships to be held in Africa, and he thinks Nairobi is the best bet because after hosting the World Under 20 and the World Under 17, Kenya stands a chance of hosting very successful World Athletics Championships for the first time in Africa. And I think Kenya has all it takes. And we're just talking about the renovations. We right now we are in a very brand new tartan here in Nakuru at their first stadium, the Kasarani Stadium. Of course, the renovations are almost complete. Just the other day I saw the canopy fixed, and it means progress. So maybe we are looking at the next championship, because after 2025 we have 2027 and of course 2030. I think it's a more realistic bid. It will be more realistic for us to bid for the 2030 World Athletics Championships. But what I'm sure is Kenya is going to host the World Athletics Championships in the next 8 years. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. And that means that what you talked about, the technology and everything, these are things that have to be embraced as we go by. And that means that the little controversies over who won this, who won that, need to be solved quite early, whereby Athletics Kenya has to make sure that each and every meet has the standards that are required. And as you can see on your screen, that the discus final that is live at the Rift Valley Training Institute, that the RVIST, just across here, because that's where most of the field events are happening, including the javelin, the discus, and of course the hammer throw. All this is happening courtesy of Athletics Kenya. And of course we are on day 2, and this is the final day where we are witnessing a couple of finals taking place. And this is the second heat of the 5,000 meters that is currently underway, and it's now down to 7 athletes, and it's growing really, really interesting. And we are looking at how it's panning out, and I'll be giving you the leaders in a bit. And Daniel Kimayo, quite an experienced runner, is currently in the lead, and of course is dictating the pace as we head into the last couple of laps in this to 5,000 meters. Daniel Kimayo, of course, from the South Rift, he just comes across here. So is the man from Bomet who's currently leading the way. Daniel Kimayo, we've seen him in a couple of occasions where he's always led from gun to tape. So is it his time to make sure that he actually dictates the pace here? But it is the 5,000 meters hit number 2 of the finals. Of course, there are no second chances in this one. So the better time you post, you stand a chance of actually finishing on the podium, because it is 3 who will be awarded. And of course BETIKA have done really well to make sure that everybody who finishes on the podium goes home with something. But it's Daniel Kimayo currently enjoying that lead in the 5,000 meters.
He seems to be a man who appreciates communication, because every time he seems to be looking behind and talking. That is the last lap. The bell has just been rung, and we expect to see some sprinting here. Everyone wanting to take that title position, because remember, it is the time. Kimayo Daniel from South Rift sprinting away. It is interesting that we still have a lot of athletes in this, the leading pack. We have close to 5 or 7 athletes. So 6. Kimayo still on the lead. Kimayo still on the lead past the 200 meter mark. Kimayo still on the lead. You can see him negotiating on the 100 meter mark. Kimayo still on the lead. Kimayo still on the lead. But there seems to be Samuel Ruoti Makendo is coming. But Kimayo is trying hard. Samuel just overtook him. Actually, it is Edward Kibet who just won that race, just overtaking Kimayo, with Kimayo having led for the better part of this race. It must be very devastating for him. But then again, we are just looking at the time, so the time difference will not be very big. However, that 0.01 of a second might make a very big difference and lock you out, even from the podium finish. As we await to hear what he has to say, he's bamboozled. He's wondering what happened. I was alone. Where did this guy come from?
It's really interesting, and we've witnessed that twice. Yesterday we witnessed that, I think it was in the 400 meters, where one athlete just decided to ease onto the into the last meters of the race, and of course Edward Kipkemboi just about came and piped Kimayo in the last few meters, and this left Kimayo baffled, because he's a man who's been leading the race from gun, and of course he knew that he was going to take it home. And it is very interesting, and that's the beauty of athletics, where you blink once and then someone else takes that sees the opportunity and takes the advantage. So the 5,000 meters heat number 2 won by Edward. Of course it's called Edward Kibet Kemboi, the man from, is it South Rift? No, yes. Is from ATC, an athlete from ATC, just piping Daniel Kimayo to win that race. But it's very interesting to see how well the tactics are coming into play in these races, because anyone who hasn't really had that opportunity to actually know when to hit, know when to slow down, know when to increase the pace, it becomes really hard for them. And that is what we are witnessing here, whereby Kimayo knew that this is mine, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna win this one, but then it came a time where Edward told him, no, this is my race. And of course we'll be waiting to hear what Edward and of course Daniel Kimayo have to say, because this has been a very interesting race, a race that we could not determine who was going to win heading into the last 1,000 meters, because everyone was in the leading front, close to 7 athletes, but then it was Edward Kipkemboi who broke away in the last 100 meters to win this 5,000 meters heat number 2, and Daniel Kimayo coming in second. We're just waiting to hear what they have to say about their performances, because in the next 2 weeks they'll still be converging at the Nyayo National Stadium for the 5th Athletics Kenya BETIKA weekend at track meeting. But right now we're just about to hear what Daniel Kimayo and Edward Kemboi have to say about their win, and if Charity is of course ready. Of course I'm being told that she's still lining up the 2 athletes to hear what they have to say after this performance, and we are ready of course for heat number 3 of the 5,000 meters final happening here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru City.
As we await the start of heat number 3 of the men's 5,000 semi-final. I'm seeing Alfred Kipketer. We saw him yesterday in bib number 949. We saw him yesterday taking part in 800 meters. And I think he's doing this for endurance. You can see him probably communicating with someone. And I know this other person was wondering, what are you doing in fast? But then again, every athlete has their own training program. Everyone wants to achieve things in a certain way, in a different way. So, and I mean, you might find that probably he can find a niche in 5,000, unlike his ceremonial sprint races. The 5,000 men's race has just begun. seem to be many than the previous heat. Remember, a total of 310 athletes did qualify for this race. Remember, BETIKA is also a sponsor here, and for the winning athletes, they'll be getting 20,000. For second place position, 15,000, and third place position, 10,000. So despite an athlete perhaps qualifying for the world stage or to represent the country and also the glory of winning, they also do not go home empty-handed. At least they have something that they will go home with. Greg, since this one is going to be a faster hit compared to the first one.
With the pacer in, of course, in this race, I expect this to be a quite faster race, and we wait to see who breaks out first. As you can see right now, still a very packed field, and we just wait to see who will make the first move, because always it's very, very tactical, especially in this 12-lap race. And you look at how they've lined up, it's not really easy to tell who is in prime position to take this one. But Brian Kimutai right now dictating the pace from the front. It's a really packed field, but then that explains as to why Kenya has so many athletes participating in this 5,000 meters. Of course, we're talking about around 300. You can see on my left competition, this on Brian Kimutai still dictating the lead in this competition. This on Brian Kimutai still dictating the lead in this 5,000 meters. Final heat number 2. And if you're joining us, we're live from Afra Stadium in Nakuru, and of course a couple of interviews lined up, and I'll be handing you over to Charity Wanja, who's on the track side, to speak to some of the people down here, athletes, coaches, and of course officials from Athletics Kenya and BETIKA. Over to you, Charity.
Thank Lemi on the other side of the commentary booth. I'm joined here by Coach Hilary Wesonga, who is a sprints coach. You've assessed the field and you've seen how it is. Perhaps what's your take on the field as we continue with the 5,000 meters, man?
Thank you very much, Charity. The field is good. We see it's tartan, which is a better track than Maram or grass. And this is just to thank the county government for doing such a good project, and I hope we can be able to improve it and maintain it for our athletes. Yes.
So the other thing is, we've had huge turnouts from the sprints athletes. So are you getting the quality that you need for us to be able to have a proper team that will be needed for the world relays?
Thank you very much, Charity. We could see a lot of hits in the 100 meters for men. Women, it was not that. It was about 6 seats, which is less. But I'm liking what I'm seeing right now, because as going into the trials, which is next week, we know we have new entrants in the 4x1 mixed, 4x1 men, 4x4, and with the kind of numbers that we are seeing, I can say we have the quality. It is not where we would wish it be, but at least we have. we can see new kids coming up, the likes of Dennis Mwai, the likes of
would need here, so that when we go maybe to the Ulinzi complex for the qualifying for the team selection, the athlete can be able to know, I need to make this time here, so that when I go there, this is the time I need to clock.
Well, going into a trial, trials I've always said it's not about the timings, it's about the positions. But this time round, having spoken with the head coach, it is not about just the positioning. We'll have to look at the times. And from our discussion, my advice with the head coach is let us have as many hits as possible, quality hits. Then we do the semi-finals and we do the final. Let us not do a straight final. And based on that, we can be able to pick a strong team. And like I said, we have a new entrance, 4x1 mixed. It means those are 6 other additions in the team. Or we can have 6 men and 6 more women in the team. Adding to 4x1 also men and women. You see, we'll have a bigger team this time round. And I just hope and pray we don't have 800-meter athletes in the team running the 4x4.
Why?
Because this is a sprint event. We want sprinters to be exposed as many as possible. I want to see the likes of Ekwam. I want to see the likes of Alan Kipyegon. I want to see the likes of Kevin Kipkorir, Tauta in the team. I want to see many of our sprinters going out there and running, because we have sprinters. Having spoken with them, they still have a bitter taste on what happened last time round when one of our 800-meter athletes ran and did not run their heart out. So they still have a bitter taste in their mouth.
I've seen that you've already identified some of the top athletes, that upcoming athletes in the sprints. Let us talk a bit of the ladies. Who are some of the impressive the ladies who have impressed you through their performance?
Stand out for me is Brenda Matsitsa, who is from Kenya Prisons. Last year she was running 26 seconds in the 200 meters, and she's brought it down to 24 seconds. You could see last time out she even beat the national champion Esther Mbagari in the 200 meter. So I'm looking at Brenda Matsitsa with a very keen eye. And then in the 400 meter there is a catch from the KDF. I'm also very keen on seeing what she can be able to produce this time round, this year, yes.
Okay, all the best and thank you.
Thank you very much, Charity.
That was Coach Hilary Wesanga. He is also going to be our guest commentator, our guest analyst in the sprints event. We're looking forward to have a quality team. All the best to the guys who will be selected to represent Kenya in Guangzhou, China come next month. Over to you, Mulemi and Victor on the other side.
Thank you very much, Charity. Insightful insights from the coach, who tells us, of course, what to expect. So it's all happening here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. Of course, the second heat of the 5,000 meters, a race that, of course, is now shaping up, because right now the boys have been separated from the men. But who's gonna carry the day? We await. It is happening here live, and we can see on your screens right now more athletes waiting for their chance to represent their various camps, and of course do what they came to do, of course, post impressive times for that one. But right now, Brian, of course, falling into second place, and right now we are talking about the new leader in town. I'm talking about this man who's shown the resilience to stay afloat. I'm talking about Calvin Mudhi Wangeshi from Central. He's at home. He feels that he has what it takes. He's grimacing a little bit, but he knows that he has what it takes. And of course, it's happening here, courtesy of Athletics Kenya and BETIKA. And this is the 4th Athletics Kenya series, and this is the 5,000 meters final heat number 2. Mr. Wangeshi navigating through the blue tartan track right now, and he knows that he's in prime position to win this one. But as Victor said earlier on, it's all about the timings. What time is he going to post in this second heat of the 5,000 meters? Still a couple of hits coming up. I think 2 or 1 more hit in this one, because there are so many athletes in this one. From my records, I have close to 310 entries in this 5,000 meters. So it's not about who finishes first, but it's all about who makes it with the best times. Of course, you can finish third, and of course, in a heat that was really fast, and you end up in the podium. But Mr. Wangeshi currently leading the way as they navigate through the tartan track, and we wait to see how many laps to go in this 5,000 meters. He seems to be tired a little bit, and the danger of this one is that he might as well get tired along the way, and then someone else catches up with him. But who's gonna do that? We wait to see, because there's no Jacob Krop here, the bronze medalist in the 5,000 meters at the World Athletics Champions. But that's Mr. Wangeshi right now leading the race in the 5,000 meters, heat number 2. Of course, a couple of more hits coming up. Mr. Wangeshi still leading, and Victor, you told me you were you were a middle distance runner in your years. How did it feel getting lapped, especially on this track, because you ran here?
You reminded me of the guys that we grew up with, John Kimambo, Arnold Onkware, Charles Njogu. So that was my clique. The rest is history. People decided to pursue other things. But sometimes it can be confusing. You might think that you're the one who's leading, but you're the last. So you get to the finish line. Then you see the bell is still ringing. You have one lap to go, and you're being told. The others have already celebrated. They've already gone to the change. So it indeed is not. It's not a laughing matter, by the way, but anyway.
You're talking about someone hits the bell and to go.
And they say so. He has won. Looks very. Wangeshi has won the race. You think you're the one who's leading, but that is not it. Nehemiah Kipngeno of South Rift, if my list is correct, is the winner of this race.
Nehemiah Kipngeno, I think he's one of the athletes that really made it in the cross country series. And coach, you watched the second heat of the 5,000 meters. I know a couple of peaks in this one, but then the huge turnout. What does it tell you? Because okay, Kenya is not dominant on the global stage. Of course, we know Jacob Krop winning bronze in Budapest, but this turnout this year, Asia is always a good hunting ground for Kenya.
Good morning, Greg. Thank you for the question. Well, from what I've seen, we have 324 athletes registered for the 5,000 meters. And like I said earlier, Nakuru is at the center of a lot of regions. There is Kericho just around the corner. There is Nyahururu, Eldoret, Nairobi, Ngong, to be specific. So everybody has come to have a feel of the new tartan track which has been laid here. So everybody wants to see where they are at this early in the season. Remember, after this, we are moving very fast to the Diamond Leagues. So everybody wants to see where they are at the moment.
And of course, as a coach, it's not about the positions. And of course, what's the criteria that most of these athletes get in earning a spot in any of the Diamond League meets?
Well, you remember, in the Diamond League, we only have 8 lanes. And in the 5,000 and 10,000, in the 5,000, there are only 16 places. So it's about performance. What is you have to be among the top 20 athletes in the world for you to get a place in the Diamond League for the 5,000. And for the sprints, you have to be among the top 8 in the world. So it's every lane it's about money. You have to earn your place in the starting lineup. So that is why everybody wants to run fast in these meetings.
Of course, Mr. Malik, I saw him yesterday here. He's back here trying out in the 5,000 meters. But you look at this pool of athletes, of course, getting the final instruction from the track judges. It's something that is very interesting. But what comes out is the huge number of athletes means that there's some interest that is growing in the 5,000 meters. But some of them, I've seen Alfred Keter also trying out their paces and something. Is it the time to say that the preseason is over? Now it's down to business?
Yes, of course. Because we are in April. Next month, not even next month, next week we have the Botswana Classic and Botswana Grand Prix, and we've seen Omanyala is there. And yesterday night you saw the Grand Prix, the first of its kind. We are off. It's no longer off season right now. We are now going into pre-competition and competition phases. So everybody now wants to sharpen for the season. That's why you can see the turnout.
Was a huge turnout on a new tartan track, and I see a lot of people gaining interest in this one. Of course, we are ready for the third heat of the 5,000 meters that just gets underway right now. A couple of athletes. It's heat number 4, and we just seeing a growing interest, of course. And you've talked about the new tartan track that has been laid here. Of course, I had a walk through the track. It is almost the same as what we had in Kasarani, and this tells you that athletics has come to the right place in Nakuru. A couple of names that have come out of this place, but right now it's all about these athletes testing this. We've seen it. We've seen tracks, of course, in other places, but then this one is quite kind of unique.
Well, it's unique, same as the one in Machakos. If you've been to Machakos, they're almost the same, because the other new tartan track is in Siaya. I know you didn't know that, but we have a new tartan track in Siaya. And the newest in Mombasa, the one that the president opened in December during the East Africa Legislative Assembly Games. Though it has not been laid properly by Mondo, but it will be laid very soon. So the blue tartan track is similar to the one in Machakos. And I just hope that the county government can be able to maintain this one much better than what was done in Machakos, because the one in Machakos right now is worn out. So I hope they can be able to just put in the work and do proper maintenance of this tartan track.
And you talk about the tartan track. Next weekend we are in Nyayo Stadium for the relays trials. Of course, the World Relay is coming up later on this month in Guangzhou in China. But looking at the preparations, the Nyayo Stadium now state of art. What does it spell? What does it, of course, what do you predict? Of course, we started with the relays. Yesterday we saw the 400 meters, the 200 meters, the 100 meters. So many entries in that one, and many athletes were trying out the 100, the 200, and the 400. Is it a healthy thing, or one who wants to compete, let's say in the relays, should just focus in one event and perfect it?
Well, you should not just focus in one event, because after the World Relays, it does not mean the season will come to an end. We still have the World Championship coming. And with the new entrance of the 4x100 meters mixed, it means we'll have more athletes maybe in the team if government allows. And the Nyayo was closed down. Nyayo and Kasarani were closed down because of renovations, but the wait is almost coming to an end, because definitely the tartan track will be opened even as we prepare for the Kipkeino Classic. So an athlete should not concentrate on only one race. There is a World Championship coming, and I know if you miss the team for the World Relays, there's still another chance for the World Championship, which is what every athlete dreams of, going to the World Championship. And going to the World Relay also is not just about World Relay, because when you make the final for the World Relay, you automatically make the team for the World Championship. So the World Relay in China is so significant because you are battling for a place in the World Championship. And remember, World Championship is not the same as any other meet. When you make the final, you have your money. And what athletes and sprinters need to understand, this sports is a business. Go make your money when the money is still there. You get it? Like the middle distance and the long distance, how they do it. This is a free ticket to the World Championship. Just go there and make the final.
Of course, you've talked about the qualifications to the World Athletics Championships. Of course, it will be happening between September 18th to 21st in Tokyo, if I'm not wrong. I think I got the dates correct. But then, looking at the entry standards, still very gray areas, especially in the sprints. And the 1,500 meters, surprisingly, what I saw yesterday is not what I really expected. Of course, as you digest through that, of course, we're also live from the Rift Valley Institute. And of course, that is the Hammer Men Final. We'll be giving you the results in a bit, but we are also live from the Rift Valley Institute, the Harvest, where we have the field events taking place. And I can see Regan, I hope I got his name right, preparing to take his throw. It is the Hammer Men Final. And right now at the Afra Stadium, also we have the 5,000 meters final. And now I'm back to the question that I asked. The 1,500 meters, what's really happening? It's not usual because the times posted yesterday were way below the entry standards for the World Athletics Championship.
Well, Greg, it's very early in the season. This is the 4th AK meeting. We've just come off the cross country. And from all these meets, you've only seen, like you saw yesterday in the 1500, the fastest was, of course, Vincent Keteru with a 3:38. He really wanted to run a 3:35, but because of the entry standards, it's a 3:35. But he didn't manage. He did a 3:38. I'm hoping as we start the Diamond Leagues, the times will become lower. Remember, there is still a high altitude area, and the times, running fast times, is not as easy as it may be, as it may look. But hoping when we start the Diamond Leagues, we'll be able to see the faster times coming. Also, you've not seen Timothy Cheriot running 1500 meters because the season has not started yet for him. You get it. So I'm hoping we'll see faster times, not just for the men, but also for the women, because the entry standards are 401 for women, 401.50, and 333 for the men. It's very high standards. I hope we'll be able to fill our usual 3 slots.
And of course, the 1,500 meters has always pulled surprises, as we witnessed, of course, Cornelius Kibet Kimboi leading the pack in the 4th heat of the 5,000 meters. But yet again, back to what we've been discussing right now, the 1,500 meters, surprises always come. Jacob Ingebrigtsen, everybody expected him to win in Budapest, but then we had a surprise, and of course, who won in that race? I think it was Josh Carr of Great Britain who won that race, and that is Mr. Kemboi Cornelius, another seasonal run. I know we covered with you this man in the cross country, and I know you know the prospect about what he has. Look at his stature. Is he a name we can always start having a conversation in the 5,000 meters? Should Cheptegei, should the Ugandans be afraid of this? Should Josh Carr be afraid of this man? And of course, Ingebrigtsen, the world champion in the 5,000 meters.
Well, I'm hoping we can be able to pull a surprise and surprise people in the World Championship. But it is going to be a very tough task. Very tough. Remember, we are in the 5,000 meters. This gold medal has always eluded us. But I hope this year around we can be able to bring it home. Now that Cheptegei and his other what's his name? They are moving to the road. Yes, so it can be a nice time to take over the mantle.
Look at the confidence Mr. Cornelius has. He's extended a lead close to 100 meters, which is really interesting. And I really didn't expect this huge gap. And he's almost lapping the other athletes in this race. Mr. Cornelius, the man from Northrift, he seems to be in the form of his life. We saw what he did during the National Cross Country Series that ended just the other day. And right now we are talking about this man coming in and dictating the pace in the 5,000 meters heat number 4. It's all happening here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru, a race that is, of course, being witnessed by so many athletes. And, of course, beautiful stories come with beautiful people. And I'm just about to introduce to you the greatest steeplechaser ever in Kenya's history. Mr. Ezekiel Kemboi will be talking to Charity in a bit. But right now, Mr. Cornelius Kemboi, another Kemboi from Northrift, of course, leading the 5,000 meters. But then I'll hand you over to Charity to speak to the greatest steeplechaser ever, Mr. Ezekiel Kemboi, double Olympic champion. Of course, with 4 laps to go, Cornelius Kemboi is still in the lead as we await for Charity to line up the interview, of course, with double Olympic champion Ezekiel Kemboi in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And of course, we'll be speaking to the president of Athletics Kenya, retired General Jackson Tuwei, who also will have time to share a little bit of what he feels about this meet. Of course, it's been very successful amid all the things that we've had. I think this is one of the best meets we've had because the huge number of entries. But then Charity will be lining up. Cornelius, of course, still in the lead in this one. It is the 5,000 meters heat number 4. It is the final, of course. No second chances in this one. So it's all about the timing. And, of course, it's all about getting the top prize. And, of course, Victor will be taking us through the pricing, of course, later on. Of course, 50,000 to 30,000 at 20,000 for each podium finisher. And it's all courtesy of BETIKA, who are the official sponsors of this series. And of course, right now, Charity tells me she's ready. So, Charity, over to you.
And Mlemi, as we continue with the 5,000 meters, we want to interrupt you briefly with an interview with the president and the vice president of the and the chairman, vice chairman of the region. Sir, we on our road to Tokyo, there are some requirements that we need to meet athletes. Perhaps if we could do a recap. Yesterday we had a conversation with Dr. Martin from ADAC, and now we need a voice from you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. From yesterday and today being the last day, I have watched every event since we came here. And I want to thank the region for the job that they have done since we started saying we are coming to Nakuru. You remember, initially there was a bit of an issue, whether it will be allowed or not allowed, but they made a lot of effort to make sure that we are allowed to come and use this place. So allow me to thank the region for the job that they have done. Secondly, as I said, we are very happy that at least now we have got something else out of Nairobi, some facility that we can use out of Nairobi. I know the others, the government is doing everything possible to make sure that the others are there, like Kipchoge Keino, Kipchoge in Eldoret, and all the other stadiums, in other areas, including even Mombasa, I'm told. The KKPA now in Baraki, there's also one coming up there, and others. Of course, the main one in Talanta Hela Stadium in Nairobi is also coming up. So we are seeing all this. Nyayo is being renovated, Kasarani is being renovated. I'm sure this is all for the good cause. And we all understand that these things have lasted quite some times and they need to be renovated. But we need also to have a place where athletes can train. We have organized weekend meetings. Yes, you talked about the road to Tokyo. And you remember late last year, we presented our calendar on the road to Tokyo. Now, that is what we are following. We have already finished the cross country. Everybody is aware. Now we have started the track and field, because unfortunately this year we didn't have the world cross country or the African cross country. So that was purely a kind of an opening to get the athletes start working on their championships. And therefore now we have started the track and field, which is the main thing for Tokyo. And here today we are on the 4th weekend meeting. And I'm quite impressed about what is going on. I'm surprised actually about the number of athletes who have registered and who have come to run here. It means we need to do a lot to give the athletes more opportunities, more practice, more training, more good facilities, so that they can train, they can prepare, and they can qualify. The most important thing is to qualify for Tokyo. Yes.
Sir, you've had an opportunity to also have access to the stadium. Perhaps do you have any corrections that you'd like made for it to proper standards, or is it at standard according to federation?
Well, let me not say that corrections. Let me just say that there are improvements. By the way, it is not fully ready. I've already talked about it, because this is a county effort. And again, I really want to thank the county for coming up with all these developments. Because Afra Stadium has been there for a very long. It's one of the oldest stadiums in Kenya. But to bring it to this standard, it has taken the county a long and very, very good effort for them to bring it to this stage. So allow me to congratulate the county. And when we have gone round, there are certain things that need to be improved, and I know the plan is that this is phase 1. We have been told very clearly that this is phase 1. Phase 2 is coming, but in phase 1, everything in the stadium here is available. Everything that we need for track and field are available, because we have got long jump, triple jump, we have got pole vault area, we have got high jump, we have got short put, we have got hammer, we have got javelin, we have got all that is required. On the track is ready, but there are certain small little things that we need to do to make it exactly what is required. Like the cap. You see the cap there along the inner lane. It should not be left open like that. You can see somebody can actually step off the line, and maybe it's not noticed. So that cap is supposed to be there. We have already discussed with them. The cage for the hammer, for discus, and all that is required. They are not there yet. So those are the things that I was talking about, improvement. They are there in the plan, but they have not been brought. They have not been used, and therefore we are urging that if we get all those things done, then it will be very good now for the county, for us in Kenya, and for us in the federation, that we have got everything available for the athletes here, and even for the officials. Of course, thereafter you can see officials who are the timekeepers, and the rest. They are not supposed to be like that. We are now thinking of electric finishing machine, so that we don't have people sitting in the sun like this or in rain, those kind of things. People need to be comfortable. There are facilities that can make this thing more comfortable than what it is today. It is not a mistake because we have come from there, but we need now to improve and get things done. So all those little things that are there, we have noted, and we have said we are going to have a meeting with the country to see other plans that they have got. Those are the areas that we are looking at. But otherwise, and then of course, in the phase 2, as I said earlier on, they are also thinking about putting more sitting areas there on both sides, both curves, which is in the plan. We have looked at the plan. Everything is there. It's now a matter of financing and contracting and then doing the job. So I think in the long run, this will be a very beautiful place. And then of course the warm-up track on the other side. So all these are the things that when it's completed, this will be a very beautiful place. So I want to thank the county for doing all this.
Thank you so much, sir. And as we move forward, what's your word of advice to the athletes?
Now for the athletes, we have given our calendar. And I note that you also say we need to maybe to repeat it or to remind the athletes about the calendar of events and what they are doing. We prepare well, and it is not only the athletes. Let me talk about athletes, coaches, officials, even managers. We need now to start working on very, very strict timelines, very strict programs, because if we just wait for the weekend meetings, then we may not be able to get everything done in the right place at the right time and for a good purpose. So I think we need to be very, very close to the athletes. Each athlete, each coach, let us be close to the athletes. Let us understand the rules and regulations. Let us understand the qualifying times, the qualifying periods, so that you can advise. The other day, we at Athletics Kenya advised leads concerning the antidote program, because the athletes must then be tested. Those who are in the ones who have already been identified. You see, they must go through the 3 normal tests within a period of time. It is not being tested. There are a lot of details that go through there, including the period between the one test and the next test. So all those things are there, and therefore all of us need to understand, so that advise the athletes who may not know. Reporting about whereabouts, for example. Those are the things that we, every now and then we need to be telling the athletes. If you move from one place, like now from here, Afra Stadium, and you are going back to call it Naivasha or call it Nanyuki or someplace, then you must change. You must notify the authorities about your change of location, so that if you are required to be tested, the out of competition, then they know exactly where you are. Otherwise, you will lose that opportunity. You will be punished for missing the test and those kind of things. So there's so much that the athlete needs to know, the coaches need to do, and the officials need to do, all of us. And maybe even you can support in everybody in educate, because educate a lot of us, athletes, a lot of officials, everybody who is concerned. Let us all do something to make sure that we are coordinated and we are doing the right thing, because instructions, rules, and all these things have been given. Everything has been given. It is now for us to follow and to adhere to those rules, regulations, timelines, and everything. So that is what I would like to see everybody doing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My colleagues are also waiting for you on the other side.
Oh my goodness. Okay, but thank you.
Thank you.
But let us educate. Let us educate everybody. But finally, there is this thing about age cheating. And I think as part of education, I would like to urge everybody who is dealing with young athletes, those who don't have any documents, let us all check those documents properly. Particularly those who are in schools and colleges and youth areas and so forth. Let us clear this thing of age cheating once and for all, because it's all a matter of documentation and the right documentation. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. That was the World Athletics Vice President and also the Athletics Kenya President, Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwe. He's spoken about the requirement of the athletes that they need to do before qualifying for the trials for the Tokyo World Championships that will be held later in September. He is also urged athletes to remember to give their proper documentation to ensure that we limit age cheating as much as possible. Remember, you can still go and register yourself as an athlete at Eldoret at Daima Towers, where the offices are, or also Athletics Kenya. And also for the athletes who have seen that they are probable and nearing the qualifying time, kindly also ensure that you liaise with the athletics office for you to be able to be included in the testing pool before you to avoid missing the first edition that we had the deadline, which will be on the 25th of May. He's also complimented the work done by the county, the Afraha Stadium, saying that this is phase. They have already given some of the improvement that they need to be done. He's saying that everything has been included in the program. Over to you, Lemi and Victor, as we continue with the next event.
Well, thank you very much, Charity. Very insightful interview from the Athletics Kenya Supremos. And on your screens now, we have the fifth heat of the men's 5,000 meters. This is semi-finals, and the finalists, or rather the winners of this particular event, will be determined by the times that they will have posted. Remember, a total of 310 athletes registered for this race. That's why the heats are many, or rather have become many, even as these ones, as the athletes are still on the field. There's also another pack, perhaps the last pack, that is awaiting to race. Indeed, we're coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium here in Nakuru City. This is the fourth Athletics Kenya BETIKA track and field meet that is being held here in Nakuru. There goes the leading pack, separating from the rest of the athletes, trying to push forward to see that they get a podium finish. But now there goes the bell, and this is the final lap. This is where you separate the wheat from the chaff, the boys from the men. Well, onto the
the 6th heat of the 5,000 meters final. So I bet Festus decided to take it all the way because of the rankings, whereby the awards will be based on the timings posted in each and every heat. So the 6th heat of the 5,000 meters just about ended, and be shifting focus to yet another heat. I told you there's so many, at least 324 I'm told. That's a huge number, and I just like the way Athletics Kenya is managing this, and of course everything that is happening in this track is up to the standards that are required. And I remember yesterday we were talking about this track, and of course the previous track in Thika and Mumias, and of course the Eliud Kipchoge Sports Complex. It was all about the athletes wanting to have that feel of an international event, and this brings it closer to them, and that's why we witness a very huge number of athletes coming down to Nakuru to try out in this 4th Athletics Kenya and BETIKA weekend meet. And of course we are also live from the RVIS, the Rift Valley Institute of Technology, and we'll be bringing you the field events that will be happening, and of course waiting for some of the athletes to complete to finish the 5,000 meters heat number 6 final. And of course we have some of the results from the hammer throw. It's ongoing there at the Rift Valley Institute of Technology, RVIST. We'll be getting in touch with our team down there to see who is there. But of course, in the hammer men final, there's Zakayo Kipchumba, Dominic Odingi, Anduga, Jackson Kipkurui, Brian Nyabeko. That is the ongoing discus men final, where Edward Chelule, Tyson Malel, Jackson Kipkurui, Edwin Kipkogei, Leonard Bett, Frederick Kiprop, Benson Washira Maina, Charles Kipkemwe, among others. They are competing in this one. So we are also live from the RVIST, Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology. But right now we are down to the last, I assume it's the last heat. We'll be confirming that in a bit, but it's the other heat of the 5,000 meters taking place right now. And of course, we'll be waiting to see if we can get a couple of interviews courtesy of Charity, who's doing a very great job on the track side as this race progresses. But if you're joining us, this is the last day, day 2 of the 4th Athletics Kenya BETIKA weekend meet, and we are live from the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. Just a few minutes after 11 o'clock, I'm talking about 17 minutes after 11 o'clock East Africa time, wherever you are joining us. It's a pleasure always having you, and we are here until the final gun goes here. It is the final day, and most of these races are the finals. And of course we're looking at some of the events coming up. Of course the 800 meters men, of course there is the 3000 meters steeplechase men. We witnessed a very tactical 30,000 meters steeplechase women final yesterday, and of course today we'll be waiting to see who reigns supreme in the men event, as they aim, of course, to topple the likes of Barega and Sofian Bakali at the World Athletics Championships scheduled for September in Tokyo, Japan. An early lead there as they navigate through the second round, the second lap of this one. It is the 5,000 meters heat number 7.
We have Brian Kiplagat Yegon of Kenyan Athletics Club. They are on the lead, having taken an early lead. In most cases, we've seen athletes do that, and others are more or less pacing for other athletes. And after a couple of laps or over some distance, they either fizzle out in the crowd or they either drop off the race. But then again, in every sport, in any discipline, it is about the tactic that you apply. And it varies from athlete to athlete, from camp to camp. is still on the lead. This is lap number 3. Brian Kiplagat Yegon, born in 2003 from the Kenyan Athletics Club. Unlike the other heats, this particular heat, the leading pack seems to be pacing away from the rest of the athletes. Everyone seeking vantage position, and we have Cosmas Kimgenorono now trying to take the lead, and he's gone to the front, the leading pack. This might as well be the second fastest heat, going by what we are seeing here. Being the last heat, perhaps they've learned the tricks. They've seen how the other heats have performed. So that could also be an added advantage to them. Perhaps they know this heat ended in a time of blah, blah, blah. So these ones, they have to ensure that they have to capitalize on that. Perhaps the loopholes that they saw in the previous 6 heats, they want to capitalize on that and ensure that they get the fastest times. Well, the athlete from Kenyan Athletics Club has dropped off. As we had predicted, he was pacing for someone, and seems his pacing did bear fruits, and it was okay. On the second position, we have Dennis Kipkoech Kemboy, also from Kenyan Athletics Club. So that is the athlete that was pacing for. Greg, I'm still seeing another pack of athletes that have just come out of the call room. I thought this was the last hit. Are we going to give the viewers and the enthusiasts here a 5,000 meter fatigue?
Of course, too many hits, very many entrants, but of course, as you said, it's an open entry. Yesterday we talked about this event being an open entry. So athletes who expressed interest, of course, and ticked all the boxes were invited here. Some of them are trying out, some of them are kick-starting their season, some of them are representing the different clubs and, of course, institutions. So as you can see, even in front of us, of course, some athletes are just here to test their speed and endurance. So all these things are happening, and the number close to 324 athletes in the 5,000 meters just tells you of how important this event is. And we've talked about the facility, forget about the field. I'm talking about the track. It's attractive, it is soft, it is fast, and of course it gives the athletes the right kind of feeling in this competition. So I expect yet another hit in the 5,000 meters, and it will be happening straight after this 7th hit. And of course it's the final, so it's all about the timings. And just pointing out what you said previously, it's all about the athletes learning from the previous hits they've watched. So maybe some of these athletes that are lining up for the next hit, that's hit number 8, will be like, I saw some tactics work in the previous heat. I might use them or might not use them, but I'll try take advantage of what I saw, and it's all gonna happen here. And of course, we talk about the events that are coming up. Of course, after this, we'll have the steeplechase also coming up. It's a race that, of course, grows interest. We'll have the 400 meters women final. We'll have the 400 meters men final, the 1,500 meters women final, and of course the steeplechase. Before ushering in the sprints, that is the 100 meters women and men final, and the 800 meters men and women final. So quite a number of events coming up, but of course there are results also trickling in, and of course thanks to the team making sure that we get them fast, and this is happening here in Nakuru. I'll just be going through some of the results. We witnessed the 200 meters men and women semi-final, and I'm told the athletes will be ranked according to how they finished the race. There's also the 15-kilometer race walk for women, and of course Sylvia Kemboi from North Rift won in a time of 1 minute 16.42, 1 hour 16 minutes 0.42 seconds, sorry. And then Karen Aliaka Simiyu came in second in a time of 1 hour 17 minutes. Mary Nduta Irungu from Central came in third in a time of 1 minute 1 hour 20.15 seconds. So those are some of the results from the race walk, 15-kilometer race walk that happened earlier on in the race. And of course, there was the 200 meters women final, and I think Victor has the results.
Well, the results for the 200 meters for women in terms of time, we had Yvonne Namuma Mwangala clocking a time of 24.7 seconds. Faith Bukachi 24.8 seconds. That is a soldier from KDF, born 1997. Yvonne Alevitsa Otunga from the universities category. We did mention how the universities are coming up, and it has been a hard tussle, especially for universities funding. Not all institutions embrace sports, and especially athletics. So this season seems to be a bright season going forward. So we had Alivitsa Otunga from the universities in a time of 24.9 seconds. Anna Mbatha from Venom Sports Club in a time of 25.0. Brenda Masitsa Inziano of Kenya Prisons, a time of 25.2, born on the 26th of December 1999, a very unique date to be born. Helen Siombua Kali of Kenya Police Service, or the National Police Service, in a time of 25.2. Nevia Mongina Mishira in position 7 in a time of 25.4. Lillian Diana Aoko Owako from Nyanza North in a time of 25.6. Maureen Njala Wafula from Kenya Prisons in a time of 25.8 seconds. Sharon Kayaga Mora from Nyanza South in a time of 26.1. Sarah Kwamboka Omari from Nyanza South also in a time of 26.6. And Naomi Mwangi Njoki in a time of 26.9. Remember, most of the sprinters are using this event as a build-up towards the national sprints event ahead of the world release. And the national sprints event will be held in a week's time from now at the Nyayo National Stadium. So most of them came here, of course, because of the newly laid tartan track here at the Afraha Stadium, which seems to be the talk of town, the talk of Nakuru City. Everywhere you go on social media, everyone is talking about the blue tartan track. And also, I mean, people are used to seeing the ceremonial, or rather the conventional maroonish red or reddish maroon tartan tracks. But now we have a blue tartan track that's very conspicuous and very visible, like a swimming pool. So, Greg, I don't know, I know yesterday you were up and about after leaving Afraha Stadium. Did you hear people talk about the tartan track, or did you engage in some banter over the tartan track?
Of course, I engaged a couple of people, several people in Nakuru, just talking about the whole event, the facility. Of course, they say that still a lot of things need to be done on this facility, including finishing the terraces, and of course that will also give an advantage to athletes, because right now I think the race is being done in a very open area, and this might prove for or against the athletes because of the wind, which has to be ratified for international engagement. So there's on my right, I think they can do better, erect a terrace on my left and of course on my right from this commentary booth, and it's something that can be done. And we just talk about everything that is positive. Of course, the tartan track, just like that one in Machakos, this is a track that of course it's very fast, and it's something that gives the athletes a very good feeling when they are running on it. So plenty of positives, and of course positive criticism coming out of this one, and it is something that I'm sure the Nakuru city government will try and look into, because we want all sports to be here, to be held in this place, because it's a very, very, very strategic place, both for those going to the western part of the country and those going to the eastern part of the country. North or south, Nakuru is almost at the center of everything. So if this is done to the required standard, then I believe that all the talk that we had yesterday, of course, it's also buzzing that this facility has now been open to the public. They can see exactly what the government has been doing. And of course, when when you talk about fun, I had a lot of fun yesterday with the residents of Nakuru, and of course a feel-good factor that came in. It's been a while since I was in this town, and of course catching up with old friends, and of course the athletes here makes it even special. The 5,000 meters, of course, has taken center stage today, because so many hits. We've done 8. I believe the 9th one is going to come anytime soon. And then we'll usher in the 400 meters before the steeplechase. The 800 meters will finish off the day. But right now, it's all about the 5,000 meters. We yet to finish the hits. And it's the final of the 5,000 meters. 8 hits done. We are heading to the 9th one that will start in a bit, and of course we'll be waiting to see if there are a couple of interviews lined up, and Charity should be doing that on the track. And we head back to the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, RVIST, to see what's happening there. The field events are coming in thick and fast, and just maybe have a recap of what happened in RVIST. That will be coming up in a bit, but right now we await for the start of the next heat of the 5,000 meters.
Actually, just an update of what is happening at RVIST. The events have just ended there. Remember, we only had the hammer throw for both the men and women, and the discus for both men and women. Other events that already did take part early in the morning had the walking race for both men and women. That is 10,000 meters. Currently, we are having the 5,000 meters for the men, which registered a record high 310 athletes registering. That explains why we have so many hits. We did have the 2,000 meters for the men and women, and after this race we'll have the 1,500 meters for the women. We'll have the 400 meters for the men and women as well. Remember, this will be straight finals based on time. We'll have the 100 meters, 3,000 meters steeplechase for the men, and the final event of the day will be the 800 meters for both men and women. As we await the start of the ninth heat of the men's 5,000 meters. We can equally see afar from the fence we have the riders, rather the Buddha guys, are just also wanting to get a glimpse and standing at the fence looking into the stadium. This equally shows the enthusiasm and what people want to see. There is an athlete that is coming. This is a guest athlete. He's a senior citizen. And there he crosses the line, jogging. Indeed, of all the athletics, of all the meets, Greg, from Mumias to Kapsabet to Thika, Greg, I don't know, what is your take home? I mean, what sort of stands out from the fourth legs that we've been through traversing this great country, Kenya?
I think also what attracts most of these athletes is the kind of terrain. Of course, the difference between Mumias, the Eliud Kipchoge complex, Kapsabet, Thika, and now we are here in Nakuru. So because sports science also comes to play a huge part in preparations for any athlete and of course sportsman. And most of them are advised that this will be the best condition for you. This is where you'll run faster times. This is what you'll expect. And from what I've gathered from the 4 legs of this series is that we are almost having a perfect season, because the large number of entries has also enabled us to see different kinds of running, because the way people are running in Nakuru is not the same way they were running in Mumias or the Eliud Kipchoge complex or in Iten or of course Kapsabet and Thika. You ask the sprinters and of course those athletes running on track, where do they prefer? I talked to the likes of Sylvester Simiyu in Mumias. They say that no, I think the Maram track strains us because it's uneven. It doesn't give you the perfect start, and it's something that of course helps you get that endurance. And of course we witnessed 3 legs whereby both were on Maram, and of course coming here you could notice the difference. There's some athletes who run very well on Maram, but when they come to the tartan, they find it quite challenging, and they might not perform to the best of ability. But ultimately, this Nakuru track sets a standard of what any aspiring athletes need to have heading into global events, the Diamond Leagues and everything, because you're not going to run in Botswana. Let's say they have their their classic next weekend. You're not going to run on Maram. You're going to run on a certified track. So getting used to such facilities makes it even better for these athletes to prepare themselves. I've been speaking to the coach just a couple of minutes ago, and he told me that there is also a new track laid at the Siaya Raila Odinga Stadium. So interesting times, because let's say we have another athletics event in Nyanza. I think going to the Siaya Stadium, known as the Raila Odinga Stadium, will make it even better, because sprinters, that's an area known for producing middle and short distance athletes, like of course the national champion over the 800 meters, Lilian Odira. She comes from the Nyanza region. Mary Mora, the 800 meters Olympic champion. She comes from the Nyanza region, so having a modern track laid in such an area will make it even easy for them to prepare. And of course, I just hope that in future, when we'll be having all these events, we'll be doing them on a certified tartan track, which gives the athlete the complete dominance in what he wants to satisfy him or her in athletics.
Well, that brings us to the clarion call that has been there for the county governments and equally the national government, just to ensure that they invest in a proper and standard sports infrastructure that incorporates all, with emphasis on athletics. They should make standard sporting complex, a plea that was headed by former sports cabinet secretary Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, talking about the Continental Tour Gold, that is by World Athletics, that will be held in Botswana. We'll have our very own Ferdinand Omanyala taking part in the 100 meters against Akani Simbine and Bayanda Walaza. In matters rugby, Shujaa has just beaten France 10-7 in favor of Shujaa. This is semi-finals at the Singapore Sevens. So for rugby enthusiasts, that is a positive for us in Kenya. We did earlier beat Ireland by 17-7. So a big shout out to the boys there in Singapore. Shujaa, keep representing the country, keep flying the Kenyan flag high in Singapore this week. So my take home, Greg, for me is the fact that we have this new entrance. I'm someone who's very optimistic and passionate about giving someone an opportunity. And I remember for me, I was given an opportunity by the late Robert Soy. He was my first employer. Together with the late Nick Midimba, may the good Lord rest his soul in one eternal peace. Even as his burial is currently ongoing in Siaya County in game duty. He's one gentleman who did contribute to sports, did contribute to athletics as a scribe, working for various stations, moving from Kenya Television Network to Multi-Choice under Super Sport, to Bamba Sport, working with Kiss TV, Switch TV, and eventually working with CGTN. So indeed, as we lay our colleague today, we shall miss Nick, but we shall keep the fire burning.
Talking about opportunities, of course, may Nick's soul rest in peace, and of course Robert Soy's soul, of course, continue resting in peace. Some of the pioneers in the sports industry. I remember, Nick, we did so many things at Bamba Sport that time, covering a lot of sports, including athletics, and it's a huge loss. But we're talking about opportunities. Now, Ferdinand Omanyala, the Africa record holder over the 100 meters, will be competing at the Botswana Grand Prix next weekend against the man whom he broke his record, Akani Simbine, who really had a terrific season last time. Of course, finished on the podium in the Olympic Games. And this will be very interesting because both of them are athletes who, of course, progress as the season starts. Well, of course, Ferdinand has already clocked 10.07, I think, in one of the Grand Prix meets in South Africa. And it presents a perfect opportunity for him to gauge how well he's prepared for the season. And this is a man who was faring on in rugby. I've just heard you give us an update about Kenya's performance at the Singapore Sevens, of course, beating France by 17 points to 7. And, of course, previously smashing Ireland. And for the first time this season in the semi-final. And talk about rugby and athletics. I have seen some of these athletes, especially sprinters, who've transitioned from rugby to athletics. We talk about Ferdinand Omanyala, his brother also, and of course there is Collins Omai, who's now based in the United States, the captain, Team Kenya captain during the last Africa Athletics Championships that were held in Cameroon. And he's a man who literally transitioned from rugby to athletics. So sports is all about realizing and of course capturing that opportunity if you get it. And of course Collins Omai, Ferdinand Omanyala have shown us the way, and it is something that is very, very interesting. And of course Ferdinand will be competing at the Botswana Grand Prix next weekend. He'll not be there at the Nyayo National Stadium. It's so unfortunate because I was looking forward to see what he's capable of doing after that performance at the Olympic Games. And of course in Budapest, somehow he seems to be well prepared for the season, because I go through his social media. He looks more focused, he's more experienced, and when you talk to him nowadays, he's like, I think I know what to do, I know when to do, and of course I'm getting the best advice that will keep me in check with what I do. So it's all about taking the opportunities, because maybe in rugby he couldn't have excelled as he has excelled in the sprints. His name could not be up there, he could not be getting all these endorsements. Collins Omai right now in the United States, of course, doing some his coaching career, of course, and of course inspiring the youth, someone who's been there. And of course opportunities have also risen up for some of these athletes. Bernard Rotich, one of our fellows whom we do commentary here, told me that there's a lot of interest coming in from the United States, whereby most of these young athletes, especially in the age groups, are spotted and then given scholarships to go to the United States and of course study before, and of course study at the same time, trade, do their thing, run. And of course it's something that has been happening in a while. A couple of Kenyan big names in Kenya have already gone there. Some of the athletes who participated in the under-20 World Athletics Championships in Lima, Peru, they've gotten opportunities to go and study in the United States, where there are perfect conditions, of course, to help them sharpen their athletic skills. We saw the 10,000 meters where we had our 10,000 meter trials take place in Oregon. Yes, so many things happening, positive things, and it's all about the opportunities you've talked about. And these athletes are getting that opportunity. And I can urge all athletes who are aspiring maybe to further their careers or improve their athletics prowess to maybe grab some of these opportunities, because I'm told some of the athletes don't really take these opportunities. They're just like, okay, someone says I'm giving you a 3-year scholarship, of course you can continue running, of course, and will go to college or university, and of course sharpen your skills, life skills and everything. If I was in a position to do that personally, I'll grab that opportunity without even thinking twice about it. But here we are, everything. They say everyone has their choices, but so many athletes are going to the United States via scholarships. Reminds me of the days when we were growing up, the Bobo Yogi Foundation, of course, taking so many footballers to the United States, and so many are successful right now because of such opportunities. And of course, there is also a new league that has been established by the famous Michael Johnson in the United States, rivaling the Diamond Leagues. I don't know, and I'm told that if you sign for the one Michael Johnson has, you'll not be able to compete in the Wanda Diamond League that just began the other day in Paris. So so many things happening right now, and of course the opportunities that come in. And we've just been talking, of course, about the under-20 team that participated in the World Junior Athletics Championships in Lima, Peru, where the likes of Sabuni went there. Now, according to the former Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Sports, Mr. Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, he pointed out that a bulk of those athletes that went to Lima, Peru will be the core team to represent Kenya at the Los Angeles Games that will be happening in the next 2 years, then 2028. So you look at that, you're like, yes, this is a perfect opportunity for these athletes to try out and, of course, grab the opportunity and represent Kenya at the Olympic Games. As we hit the bell in this heat of the 5,000 meters, it's heat number 8, and that tall figure, of course, just as he did in Mumias, I feel he is able to do that yet again, checking over his shoulder to see who is coming close by. This is a man who's always had that opportunity to express himself, and I really like athletes who express themselves, Victor. Athletes who, of course, give their all and, of course, seize the opportunities to ensure that they are in prime position to win every race that comes their way. This is the 5,000 meters, the final heat, and, of course, we are into, it is not the final heat, it's heat number 8. And, of course, as I pointed out, it's Konstantin Cheruiyot, the tall figure, who will walk home winning these 5,000 meters, heat number 8. He's dominated because I remember in Mumias he did the same thing during the first leg of this series, and is a man to watch. Konstantin, of course, Cheruiyot, born in 1999, the man from the South Rift, has actually dominated this field to win the 8th heat of the 5,000 meters.
As we await yet another heat, I can see other athletes have come out of the cold room. As we await for the next heat, shortly, just the races that we are yet to have, we'll have the 800 meters for both men and women, the finals for the women 200 meters, the 400 meters for both men and women. And remember also we are having the field events that were taking place at the Rift Valley Institute of Science and Technology, that is ARVIS, and I'm duly informed that they have come to a close. They have ended because you only had the hammer throw for both the men and women, and the discus throw for both men and women. You're talking about athletes who dabbled in both in different sports. We had JJ Masiga, who was playing rugby and football. There's a peculiar example. There's an athlete called Colin Russell Isle. He did debut in the sprints at the London Olympics in 2012, and was part of the relay team, the American relay team. But he soon decided to switch and joined rugby. He's playing for the American rugby team. So he's actually dubbed as the fastest rugby player, having come from the sprints. So indeed, the technicalities that are applied in rugby, and now the speed factor is also helping in both ways, both in rugby and both in athletics. Very beautiful sights and sounds. Very beautiful sights and sounds here at the Afraha Stadium. Our sound engineer Alan here ensuring that you get the best and the digital surround audio from Afraha's Stadium. And the race has just ended, and your friend has just crossed the finish line. Well, you can see the stands are full. People are coming from all walks just to watch what is happening here. And as I mentioned earlier, the blue tartan track here at the Afraha Stadium is the talk of town here in Nakuru. Because remember, this particular facility had been locked down for renovation, and it was opened up this week for this event. So there are people who have not set foot inside these grounds, and today they've come here just to have a glimpse of this tartan track, taking photos, posting photos, others going live on social media pages, all in the name and glory of athletics. We equally want to recognize the presence of Athletics Kenya President, retired General Jackson Tuwei, the two vice presidents, and other leadership that is here, including the Nakuru County Athletics Kenya officials, the timekeepers, the umpires, all the officials that are here giving their best and dedicating their time and energy towards the two-day event that began yesterday. Our sponsors, BETIKA, even as we head for the road to Tokyo, where we'll have the World Championships this year, want to give them a big shout out and say thank you for working with Athletics Kenya and ensuring that this event is a success, because also remember that the athletes who will make the podium finish, that position 1, 2 and 3, will not go home with the title, rather the glory that they've won the race, but they'll also get a token of appreciation. Position 1 gets 20,000, position 2 gets 15,000, and position 3 gets 10,000. Remember, the athletes who've come from various parts of the country. There is an athlete who came from a place this is an athlete that I know, and he has come from a place known as Ortum. Ortum is in West Pokot. So from that particular place,
I think this is the last of the 5,000 meters, because I can see the track officials setting up for yet another event. We'll be doing the steeplechase later on, the 400 meters, the 800 meters, and of course the 100 meters. And talking about the weather, it's quite humid and hot at this time. Of course, 4 minutes to midday here in Nakuru, and the athletes must be feeling the heat as they navigate through the track. Early days in this one as they go. This is the second lap of the 5,000 meters, heat number 9, and this is really fast, I bet they watch the 8 heats, they know what it takes, and they know exactly what to do to ensure that they finish on the podium, because it will be all about the rankings in the 9 heats, who finishes top using and what time will they have posted it. So it's not about a matter of 1, 2, 3, it's a matter of how fast did you finish the race in your heat. So many permutations in this 5,000 meters, and it's happening here in Nakuru, and of course the crowd sizing up right now, and you can look from the stands, you can feel the excitement. Everyone in Nakuru has been talking about this event that doesn't happen quite often, but this time around it came to a place where champions have been born. So we're still waiting to see who will break the ice in this last heat of the 5,000 meters. Early days though, 3 hits done, 9 to go. And you can clearly tell that, as Victor says, the wheat is being separated from the chaff. It's not as packed as it was. Of course, one athlete pulling away from the rest. And of course, I have results from the 15 kilometers race walk final. Sylvia Kemboi winning in a time of 1 hour 16.42 seconds, followed by Karen Naliaka Simiu 1 hour 17 seconds. Mary Nduta came in third in the 15 kilometers race walk. As we shift also focus onto this last heat of the 5,000 meters here at the Afra Stadium in Nakuru. Once again, Sylvia Kemboi, winner of the 15 kilometers racewalk, 1 hour 16.42 seconds. She emerged winner in that race, and that's the pool of athletes in this heat number 9 of the 5,000 meters. Remember, next weekend, all sprinters will converge at the Nyayo National Stadium. It will be the sprints, build-up and trials for the World Athletics Relays. Remember, the relays will be held in Guangzhou, China from the 10th to 11th of May. So the athletic season is just getting better, and of course we are just about to witness so many events coming up. Of course, after the sprint build-up trials for the World Athletics at the Nyayo National Stadium on the 11th and 12th of April, we'll be having the Eastern Regional Athletics Championships, both for the age group, of course, the under 18 and the under 20. That will be confirmed in a bit. The Desert Run, 10 kilometers in Garissa, and then the Sitam 21-kilometer race in Kapsabet. That is on the weekend of the 21st to 25th of this month. Of course, we'll be heading to China before the World Relays. Xiamen, that city in China, the famous city in China, will be hosting the Xiamen Diamond League at the Egret Stadium, and that will be happening on the weekend of 26th April this year. That is in the next couple of days. And then there'll be the 5th Athletics Kenya Track and Field Weekend. That will be at the Nyayo National Stadium between the 24th and the 26th of April. That is a date to mark, of course, the Eldoret City Marathon happening the following weekend, 27th of April at the at Eldoret Sports Club, told. And then on the 29th of April, the National Youth Service Track and Field Championships. Of course, the first of the discipline forces will be happening in Tarbo, Uasin Gishu County. The Nyamira Great Run opens the month of May before ushering the Kio Wambua Foundation Half Marathon and the Central Kids Athletics Kenya. But then the World Relays will be between the 10th and 11th of May in Guangzhou, China. The BETIKA 15-kilometer race will happen on the 11th of May before ushering in the Doha Diamond League at the Khalifa International Stadium on the 16th of May. And then the final leg of the Athletics Kenya Track and Field Weekend Meet will happen on the 15th, between the 15th and 17th of May at the Nyayo National Stadium. So mark those dates as we head back to the 5,000 meters, the final heat, of course.
We were equally talking about what you've captured from the 4 legs of Athletics Kenya and BETIKA track and field meets. And for me, it's the involvement of young and upcoming athletes, new entrants like the university category. We understand how it has been a struggle to have the university students just take part. And in most cases, you'll find some of them were self-sponsored. However, in Thika, I remember we had Mount Kenya University with a team, and they were even kitted in branded kits, meaning the university decided to chip in. But going to the subsequent legs, we did not see them in Kapsabet. We haven't seen them here. But however, there are individual athletes that are here running under the university category tagline, as well as athletes from regions that are not well known to do with athletics. You're talking about the northeastern region, and indeed these are people who've just shown the passion that keeps pushing them, and they want to make it and conquer. We have people from the coastal side. You're talking about people coming from as far as Tana River, Kilifi, and Kwale, and Kwale as well. You can see Coach Kirwa there with his colleagues just having some banter, sharing some wise counsel, perhaps his experience over the year. to the track, having qualified, having done the heats yesterday and sailing through to the semi-finals. Remember, the officials will be looking at the time, so whoever clocks the best time wins the race.
And now it's time for the 400 meters women final. A star-studded track. Of course, the field is rich in talent. The field is rich in speed. And of course, tactically, we're going to wait to see what is going to happen. And of course, Coach Hillary is here with me to take us through these 400 meters. And of course, you've gone through the lineup and you've looked at each and every athlete. What do you expect, especially with Esther Mbagari? Somebody told me about, somebody was asking, could she be a better 400 meter runner?
Thank you very much, Greg. That is a discussion that I've always had with Coach Moniki, who is Esther Mbagari's coach. I've always asked him, why is Esther running 11.4 and she's running 24? Why can't she not do the 400 meters? Her build, her genetic is already built for 400 meters. Why are we wasting this body? Where will she go with 100 meters in Kenya? You get it. It's easier for her to shift up the race than stick in 100 meters. So her training this year has been more about 400 meters than 100, 200 meters. And I'm happy to see her competing in a final. And she's in one of the favorite lanes, lane 6. It means she didn't reach there by mistake. And this is the best ever assembled field in Kenya this year over 400 meters. Because we look at lane 2 is Ndirangu. She's a 400 meter hurdle national champion. Lane 3, Mercy Chebet, national champion over 400 meters. Lane 4, we have Gladys Mumbe, very good at 400. Mercy Akech won the trials, Olympic trials, and then Esther Mbagari, national champion over 100, 200 meters. So this one is about tactics. Whoever gets to the 350 meters first will go with it. Take it over, Greg.
Insights there from Coach Hillary, who says maybe Esther can do a triple. And now we are ready for start for the 400 meters. And off they go. Watch out for Mercy Chebet, Gladys Mumbe, Mercy Okech, and of course Esther Mbagari nicely as they navigate onto the 200-meter mark. It is still very close as we speak, but then watch out for Mercy Okech. She's coming in really strongly. Esther Mbagari from the outside as they ease heading into the last 150. Still very close to call here. Esther Mbagari on the outside. I don't know if she has that gas, but then Mercy Okech, who won the trials in the 400 meters during the National Olympic trials here in Nyayo National Stadium. It is Mercy Okech, it is Mercy Chebet, who between the two Mercies will carry the day. But then watch out for this one. Esther Mbagari just flapped off of this, but it is Mercy Okech reigning supreme yet again in Nakuru, just as she did in day one, to win this 400 meters final. This has and Mbagari from nowhere, she decided, okay, let me try this one more time. Coach Hillary, you are a coach. You spent a lot of time with these athletes. Look at Mercy Okech. Not many people were focusing on her. Is this her year?
Well, this very good coming very fast from Mercy Okech, and tactics carry the day. I believe her endurance has carried her and made her win the race tactically. But the person we should be talking about, Greg, is Esther Mbagari, coming in second. At the 300-meter mark, she was around number 4 or 5, second from last. But did you see what she did on the last 50 meters? Came and passed even Mercy Chebet, who is a specialist in the 400 meters. So this is, like I said, we need to think about Esther Mbagari moving up to 400 meter if she wants to make money in this event, in this sport.
Of course, she holds the 100 and 200 meters record locally, but then she's just fell short of representing the country in these major events. And it's something that we can always point out that maybe she can try something else, Esther Mbagari. You could see exactly that spirit of no giving up. The spirit of not giving up came into play, and you could feel that this was almost an opportunity she wanted to take.
Yes, for sure. And going into the trials, she's thrown the spanner in the works now. Where does she run during the trial? Does she run the 100 meters for the Kenya team 4x1? Or when she goes there and there's maybe a crisis, will she be given the baton in the 4x400 meters? And if I was part of the coaching staff that travels with the team, I can rest assure you, Esther Mbagari will run in my relay in the 4x400 meters as the first takeover.
Talk about the first takeover. Next weekend, of course, there are the trials for the 400, the relays, the 4x4, 4x1. As you can take us through this and, of course, exactly show us how tactical this race was, Coach Hillary.
For sure, as you can see from the start, Mbagari didn't have an explosive start because she knew that is not her strength. But Mercy Chebet came out guns blazing. You can see, look at her stride length, look at her stride frequency, and she was suffering. Then on the last stretch, just look at Esther Mbagari, stayed upright as Mercy Chebet was struggling because the lactic acid already accumulated. But look at Mercy Okech finishing strongly. See that? Between Esther and Mercy Chebet, the one who held her form in the last 50 meters was carried the day as the first runners up. But very good running mechanics from Mercy Okech. I hope she can carry this towards the trial and towards the world relays. And there's something surprising. I need you to note again is Esther Mbagari is a 100, 200 meter athlete specialist. Look at her, she's come taken number 2. Kevin Kipkorir is a 400 meter specialist, but has won 3 meets in the 100 meters and 200 meters. What are we talking about? When you get the speed and you get the endurance, you have the perfect blend. And I've always said this in my training. If you are a 100 meters athlete, you should be able to run 400 meters. Look at all the athletes in the world. Look at the Gatlins, they have 45s. Bolt has a 45. Look at even in the ladies. I mean, you can't just stick to 100 meters. And this is something that we have to learn. Let us look at the 400 meters. I cannot see Kevin Kipkorir in this lineup, but we have studied a nice field also.
Talk about the lineup. You reminded me sometime last year during the Athletics Kenya weekend meet at the National Stadium. Ferdinand Omanyala tried the 400 meters but wasn't able to complete the race. And I remember him laughing at himself, and he was like, I was trying out my speed, something like that. But that's something we can always discuss another time. But this is the 400 meters men final. Whom do you look forward to winning this one?
There is another Kevin from Kenya Prisons, and then there is Sanayek, and lane 6 Sanayek. For me, Sanayek should be the favorite. He has more 45s. He ran more 45 last year than any other person in the field. And lane 8, there is Alan Kipyegon, who's an 800 meter specialist, coming down in the 400 meters. But Sanayek, for me, should carry the day. There is Prisons, lane 4, 5, and lane 6. It's a Kenya Prisons affair. Look at Sanayek coming off the bend fast. Going to be a very tight race. Kevin, you can see Kevin number 2 from Kenya Prisons, but Sanayek carries the day.
Yesterday on day 1, Sanayek, of course, was lost somewhere at the 150, but how he took that bend, it seems to have that secret of just busting through on the home stretch and carrying it.
It's a tactic. Don't spend all your energy on the back stretch and on the curve. Reserve some energy for the finishing line, because at the 350 meter mark everybody is tired. But for you who has reserved the energy, you'll come to push through. And this is something I'm seeing from Kenya Prisons. Number 1 is Prisons Sanayek, number 2 Kevin is Prisons, and they all held their energy until the last 50, same as what Bagari did. So this is something that I've noted about Kenya Prison athletes, especially in the 400 meters. That's a very good job, Coach Mwaniki and Coach Wellington and the entire staff of Kenya Prisons who are taking these athletes through the 400 meter training.
Is it Coach Mwaniki who's not giving us the secret?
Remember, he's the sprints coach, so he needs to tell us some of these things. The good thing is I sit very close to him, so I get some tips. I've noted something. So, Coach, good job. I've noted something. I've put it in my books.
Of course, Coach Hilary saying he's taking a few lessons from Coach Mwaniki, who of course is from the prisons department. But yes, ultimately we need to hear what these athletes have to say about their performances here. And of course, Charity will be talking to Sayanek, who ran a really good race to win the 400 meters men final. And of course, he should also be touching about the relays. Is he interested? Over to you, Charity.
David Sanayek. Sanayek, mbio imekuwa vipi kwako?
Mbio imekuwa fine sana. Tunashukuru Mungu. Yeah.
So vile umeweza kukimbia hapa, what next for you?
Next, the preparation ya World Relay. Ndio tunangoja date 11, 12. Tuna expect tutapata timu poa. Yeah.
Na wewe kwa majina unaitwa nani na pengine ukirudi unaenda kushape nini?
My name is Kelvin Kiprotich. Saile tunarudi sasa kiwanja next week, tuna sharpen speed. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are the first two finishers in the first heat of the 400 meters men. We are hoping that we'll be able to see them at Ulinzi come next week. Over to you, Victor, as we continue with the next heat.
Afra Stadium, and Kevin Kiprotich who came in second. Third will be decided. Thank you very much, Charity. And this is now the 1500 meters final women here at Afra Stadium. Victor, what do you say about this 1500 meters?
Looking at the lady from Bomet. Yesterday she stunned so many people here. And, remember, people were cheering. And already you can just see the body language of the people. People already coming down the stands. Everyone is standing on the sidelines, just wanting to see who's going to win. But for me, I'm looking at a very fast race compared to the qualifying rounds that we saw yesterday. Because remember, the time that one clocks here matters a lot, or rather is a great determinant going forward. Coach, I don't know if it is a myth, but people are saying a newly laid tartan track sort of drains an athlete. Is it true or it's just a myth? Because it hasn't been used. So these guys this weekend are making their debutants on this track.
I've heard about that. I've never run on a new tartan track, but a lot of the athletes I've met are saying wanaja. I don't know what that means, but I think they are loaded, as the term suggests. And looking at this 1500 meters, Faith Kipyegon has made this event our speciality and something that we take for granted. This is a very tough race, Victor, running 3 3/4 laps. You can see even look at the way athletes are running at the back. You can tell.
Indeed, Faith is a native of Nakuru County, having come from Kuresoi. Having come from Kuresoi, so I know the athletes will not want to drop the ball. Yeah. There goes the bell for the final lap of the women's 1500 meters, and I'm joined by Coach Ouma. Coach, 1500 meters. What is the attraction? Let me just generalize the question. This particular meet, what is the attraction? Is it because of the new tartan track? Is it because, why so many numbers?
Numbers come with you see, the AK weekend meet. Now it's called the BETIKA AK weekend meet. These are build-ups to a number of championships. For example, this year we have World Championship in Tokyo. However, the Diamond League series is approaching very quickly. Beginning of this month, going around to build up the World Championship. So many people are coming here because the previous competitions have been on the Maram, but now this is the first one on tartan. And again, this is a new tartan that has never been tested. Personally, I was here 11 years ago, 2014, when it was still on that and Maram track. So I was eager to come and see the track. So many people are coming eager to see and test how the track is. So that's again is the attraction as well. And because of it's a busy year, and the season is mid-season now, outdoor track. So many athletes stand up to try and check themselves as a build-up to major championship coming in the near future.
Well, the 5,000 meters race for the women has just ended, and this is the first final. 1,500, sorry, not 5,000, it's 1,500. The next batch will be getting onto the track in a few minutes from now. Coach, I was just talking to Hila a while ago, and there seems to be I don't know if I'd call it a myth or it's science. the athletes are complaining that a newly laid tartan track sort of slows you down. It gives you a total burnout. Is it true? It's just a myth.
I don't know. When it comes to performance, and as a performance expert, there are a number of factors around it. Some of them are physiological, there are psychological factors as well. And this is a track just like anyone. The shoes play a role as well. As a running surface, training plays a role. The number of parameters on physiological demands for an event that may lead up to call it a fast track or probably a slow track. So it compasses around many factors that influence performance. So it's a very huge question and may involve some sort of assessment and research to find out if the surface we're using is the same surface at Nyayo, Kasarani, or probably what has been used internationally for major championships. World Athletics has got standards of everything, and I'm sure experts are looking into those. Probably those are questions that may be put when you're doing the assessment on the performance going forward.
Well, I like your I like your response. You try to be a little bit diplomatic. Tried not to say yes, not to say no. I'd say the difference is in the similarity.
The difference is largely the same. The difference is largely the same.
Yeah, well, that is the final number 2 of the 1,500 meters for women. Remember, we had a total of 91 participants for this particular race, so that is what necessitated the so many hits. So and indeed I can see the officials are indeed trying to beat time, and already the third group is in line to start the race. Coach, the Omanyala fever, I mean, that's something that we've talked about, and for the past 3-4 years, there seems to be a never-ending interest in sprints. Could it be attributed to the Omanyala fever, and are we about to see yet another Omanyala?
Yeah, there's a big question that has been going in soccer. I've raised it as well on a very high level as well, more so from the technical perspective. We call them the accident happy endings. We should not be the case. We are developing system, developing parameters. At the moment, I'm organizing a research on parameters, on talent identification. Some of them could be scientific, others are genetically, others could be biological. I don't know if there is any, but that will come to pass once the result is out. The fever alone is not enough. Many people have turned up. I think it's a challenge now to us, coaches, and the federation as well. To define a good coach is at the inception of recruitment. If you recruit good talent, then you'll become a successful coach. Another area that I may talk about is now the development of this. So you find many people are turning up. But if you put a projection when you're doing monitoring and evaluation and say how many out of these thousands who turned up will make it to LA 2028, that might be a challenge. So we are more of a quantity instead of quality. So I think either they're turning up from their own decision that they want to appear and run, but if they're passing through talent identification, then it's a challenge to us, to coaches, to get good material that can be molded into excellent Omanyalas, excellent Moras, and many other good athletes that we've been having on as our basketball for the future and for performance. Running has really gone so high. So runnings are being measured in time and everything. So we need good quality of athletes as well. So you need to point to me at any of the athletes that's running within the sprinters that will be very good in 2-3 years' time. So a number of factors that needs to be looked into. So technical aspect of it is one thing. Thank you.
Well, the second heat has been won by Naomi Korir. and Faith Chebet coming in second position. Coach, the biological passport. What's the comment on that?
Biological passport is something that is having glaring gaps. Remember, everything has got a literature perspective. And most of this research were done not with us, not within our geographical distribution. So by virtue of birth, so we have a regional disposition to high altitude. Our foods are different, a number of genetical factors as well. We live, we train, and we sleep in high altitude. So the number of biomarkers that probably I would wish WADA, our ADAC, AIU to look into proper literature to fill in those gaps. So when we're doing analysis of athlete biological passports, we need proper literature to support it, to avoid biases or to avoid errors of probably people being punished under no proper literature backup and scientific research to back it up as well. So it's a challenge to us as well as a country to be doing research amongst ourselves, within ourselves, and doing publishing and having literature that supports our findings as well. Of course, in collaboration with the other scientists from outside as well. I'm a scientist, so I'm speaking from a point of information that yes, there are a number of gaps in the athlete biological passports as well that need to be bridged through proper literature and through proper scientific research. Thank you.
Well, heat number 3 of the 1,500 meters women's final is underway. Remember, this will be determined by the time that an athlete will post. That is what will determine who will be the winner. Remember, we are coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium here in Nakuru, the newly built, or rather the facility that is under construction here in Nakuru. We have a newly laid tartan track, which seems to be the talk of the city. Sponsors for this Athletics Kenya event, track and field event, is BETIKA, and remember, BETIKA is also rewarding the podium finishers. For position number 1, they'll go home with 20,000 shillings, position number 2 15,000 shillings, and position number 10 10,000 shillings. So that also ensures that the athlete not only goes home empty-handed, but has something to at least take home to their loved ones, because we've seen people have come as far as West Pokot, people have come from very far interior parts of this nation. People have even had to offset livestock. Someone probably sold a goat. Coach, is it the zeal? Is it the passion? For me, I want to make it in sports. I want to make it in athletics. I'll have to offset something. When it gets to someone selling, like perhaps livestock, knowing the community that runs and the attachment to livestock, someone offsets a cow for so that they can just get something small to necessitate them to come and participate here. What do you have to say about that?
You see the number of factors around motivation, and some of these are intrinsic, others are extrinsic. For example, maybe you're within a similar locality and your neighbor is doing very well because probably the child, the daughter, the brother, the sister has been running. They're coming up with revenues, building nice houses, so that attracts you as well. And then there's that intrinsic as well, to perform well and to get more money. So a number of things. Some of them are economical factor. I call them the social mobility, where some people are doing it to climb vertically in the social scope, or horizontally to change locations, to move to other countries. Ours is largely vertical social mobility because we are looking to improve our socio-economic status by changing our lifestyle. Some of them is official, formal jobs because we are running professional clubs, many around. So geographically, you find a lot of influences that are coming from within and without, and largely to increase our social economic status. And by large is, if you look at the country, we're generating a lot in terms of tourism capital coming in through sports. So sport is a very big thing. And so if you see everybody coming here, the ambition is, I want to be like so-and-so. So a number of senior athletes that are working as motivational factors and inspirational to the young and upcoming one. And everybody want to change their life. So this is a formal traction. Everybody want to run well. Everybody want to run to achieve something. Everyone, they're taking this as a professional running. Thank you.
As a scholar of sports science, science and sports and science, whichever comes first, in terms of an athlete placing themselves there in terms of visibility and also in terms of equal being affected mentally, because nowadays we're in a world of technological advancement. We have social media, and sometimes we've seen so many things being written about the sport, about a particular athlete. We've also gone to cases where we've seen an athlete themselves just doing weird things, and I think in the long run it may affect their trade, that is athletics coach. What would you advise them?
I mean, mental disease is real, is really real, and this has been fueled a lot with social media. We are receiving a lot of information. We are consuming a lot of information. So it's upon the support staff around the athletes to protect them from this one by guiding them through. The most fundamental thing in a performance is recovery. But people look at the physiological recovery, the less physical activities, but not so many are looking at the mental recovery. There's a lot of drain on social media. They're spending a lot of screen time. People are spending a lot of time on the phone, and everybody is going through, consuming a lot of information. That is bringing to mental decline, mental fatigue that affects the body as well. And that brings unnecessary anxiety. We call it somatic anxiety that affects your performance, the physical performance. So yes, there are a number of factors around it. If we need to go on social media, if we need to post anything, I would wish to be a little bit constructive and positive enough and not to kill the person's career, and vice versa as well. We choose on what to consume. You see, being on social media could be addictive, just like a drug and everything, so they can be abused. So again, we need to sensitize our athletes as well to minimize their time on social media and choose which pages they want to see, because it's for your own gain and for your own health. So mental health is a big thing. That requires a number of... I'm again, apart from being the human science, I'm a sports psychologist as well. So the number of coaching, teaching around mental health of an athlete, which is very key, and a number of parameters to performance sports and performance coaching as well. So the support staff have got a lot of job to do to speak to their athletes as well on what they consume and how long they take on the social media.
Well, that is a hit number 4 on the screens of the women's 1,500 meters. Remember, a total of 91 athletes did qualify for the finals, and that is why we have a number of hits, so that they look at the faster times to ensure that they'll get who will be the queen over the race. Coach, in sprints, I'll come back again in sprints. We seem to be having some slight change, because previously genetics used to apply. I don't want to mention names, but we know there are people from particular places in this country who are known for sprints. There are people who are known for long distance running. But I see it changing. So, I mean, in terms of science, is genetics also not... How do I put it? Is genetics also not... I know you cannot fake science, you cannot lie science, you cannot forge science. How can you explain that, Coach?
You know, there are a number of events, and there are what is called the physiological demands of an event. Before the demands, with the demands now will require a lot of planning, a lot of training, a lot of programming, and the long. But again, we have the physiological tools for a particular event as well, where, you know, there are many things you can train and again, but the limitation that you may not train a lot. First of all, height. You may not train height. And again, the number of cardiac capacities that you might not train, Now that in line with genetical predisposition that we have as well, that you have this capacity in terms of the cardio, in terms of endurance or the aerobic power of everyone involved. So yeah, so a number of parameters when it comes to talent identification and nurturing, and that's why we say sports has been so specific. There are a lot of research has to be done, so we come up with a good template to guide us in coaching as well, to develop. Once we identify the tool, and then now we develop the physiological demands of particular events, like sprints, middle distance, long distance. They have a variable ways of approach in for good performance and success.
Well put, Coach. So the athletes will be approaching the final lap of heat number 4 of the 1500 meters women's race that is ongoing here at the Afraha Stadium. Remember, we are coming to you live from the Afraha Stadium, courtesy of BETIKA and Athletics Kenya, and there goes the bell for the final lap of this race. Coach, the sportsmanship, the athleticism for an athlete, I know I'm not good enough, I know I'm position number last, but I have to continue and finish. We've seen a lot of that. Is it discipline? Is it a learning ground? Why is it so? Because I'm looking at probably athlete number 1, or rather the leading pack has gone and probably done 2 rounds. At some point it's even confusing. You don't know if you have a lap to go or 2, but you see this particular athlete just goes and tries and tries and tries until they cross the finish line.
You know, we are here as a team and we compete as a team. But again, we are here in our own individual capacities and targets. Every athlete here, and of course majority, are under organizations, under coaches. So this being one of the build-ups, you want to come here with a performance, and the performance is being measured in time. And the time is being correlated to distance, which involves a lot of lapping or short lapping. So the last thing you want to do is to drop out of a race and be registered as did not finish. So you need a time to come and take to your coach to develop the next training. So everybody is determined to achieve their individual goals, short and long. Short could be, I want to know where I am today. I've been in training. I want to gauge myself. Coach, this is the performance. Out of that, now we come up with the baseline as a coach now to see where you are, and we draw a program for you for the next competition. So it's very important that you finish a race. So the determination to finish is a fundamental thing. Participate, show up, participate, and finish. Anything else now is upon the coach now. How well do you finish? How fast do you finish?
We've seen entrance of being an open event, the universities category. It's not been easy having them because it also involves a little bit of investment, and not all the institutions perhaps embrace, or rather the administration perhaps embraces sports or such events. But this season, I'd say it's not been a bad one, because you've seen the universities more and more participants coming, especially in the sprints. Like, I'll give an example of Thika, maybe because of the nearness to the capital city, Nairobi. And we also have entrance by the National Youth Service, NYS, looking at that age category and the fitness that we know NYS people go through. Is this something that we ought to look at in the near future in terms of having a bulk of athletes, and in terms of also building a database of more athletes in the future for this country?
Yeah, the most important thing, if you look at the Paris 2024 Olympics, and I'll single out one team, the US team, 60 to 70% of the team were from the NCAA. These are from schools. So the university is supposed to be providing the bulk, the many athletes, if you look at it, at the senior category. That's another area that we need to look into as a country. It could be down to resources, or down to human resource issues, down to do we have very good coaches at the university that can do talent. They are very good when they are coming from primary, secondary school. Do they transition to universities? And if they do, what are their performance? Another gray area that we need to look into and tap that area to supply the country with the athletes, and be like the US, be like the UK, where universities are very strong. If you look at now, the indoors are going on. The outdoor are starting very soon as well. The NCAA the schools under Cyclone are doing very well and providing the county with the best athletes. And I've given an example of Paris 2024 Olympics, where majority of those athletes that form the US team are from the universities. We can do a similar one. I've not seen NYS. I don't know whether it's a resource issue. They are very strong athletes, rugged, but really coming up very well. If put through very good and refined coaching, can become refined materials to be good athletes as well. They are lacking here, which is quite conspicuous. Maybe somebody can answer that question from NYS.
Yeah, and that's also a wake-up call to the government through the Ministry of Sports and other stakeholders. I know there's what they are doing, there's what that is in the pipeline, but from this other side, people also want more and more and more and more and more. So we also want to a big shout out to the Ministry of Sports for what they have been doing, and also I think looking at what is here in Nakuru in terms of facility, coach. I'm also looking at could this also be a wake-up call to other counties to also consider? Because I wouldn't mind having an AK meet being held in Garissa or Isiolo Stadium or a place like Modogashe, which is also a way of sports tourism. Somebody who's not gone probably past Nanyuki, and they'll have a chance of even reaching Isiolo and seeing Isiolo Stadium.
I know the number of plans going on to do. For example, I think the government has rolled out the county sporting, not the county, the constituency sporting activities by having 37 stadiums being rolled out through Kenya Academy of Sport. I know the number of stadiums being built now for AFCON and CHAN. If you look at Nairobi, we have a very beautiful stadium coming up. What is the name of the stadium? Remind me? Talanta City Stadium, which should be done for AFCON 2027. That's quite iconic, and that will be a legacy to the administration, and again, even to sporting fraternity, where rugby, they're sad that we don't have athletics there, but I know there's rugby, there's football, and many other sports as well. Kasarani is under renovation, coming up beautiful. Nyayo Stadium is still ongoing. We still need them, but it will take time. We have to be stepwise. We play our role and let the government play their side as well. But counties as well. I know counties are doing stadiums. My advice to the counties is to work closely with the relevant bodies that are involved with the standards. For example, to ensure that we don't build stadiums or we don't put playing surfaces that do not meet the standards. That probably is required for football, required for athletics. That would be a waste of resources as well. So if they can work in collaboration with the agencies that are involved with all this, from civil works to standard of the surfaces, then these places will be useful and many people will be coming. My idea is to have as many playing surfaces for the young and upcoming kids. That's going to help us in talent identification going forward as a county. So we can have the best athletes for some of the likes of who's going to take over Asbel Kiprop if he retires, who's going to take over so and so. There are many good athletes that are very good, and we are looking for people to pick after them. People who are very inspirational to us, from marathon, middle distance, sprints, who is picking up to Manyala. We can only identify this from very young ages, from schools. So let's avail playing surfaces to them. They walk out of the school and they're on the field. Parents will look for them on the field, not fight them from the houses to drop their gadgets to go out on the field. Because technology is good, but technology is bad as well, and catching up with us in terms of physical activities.
Coach, you've spoken about the facilities. Of course, Talanta City coming up really nicely. Of course, you're here in Nakuru. Athletes enjoying, at least for the first time, running on tartan track. I understand Siaya has also set up, has also laid a tartan track. And you've urged the county governments to at least embrace this. And as a coach, I just have a question for you. How do you prepare athletes to, let's say, to run on this tartan and, of course, on the Maram course, the rather track that we've witnessed over the last three series?
Yeah, the two surfaces are good. They're having variable tractions. That's why you see others were doing shoes, others were doing spikes. We have on the spikes, the studs are having different lengths. Some of them are for Maram, others for tartan track. Again, tartan surfaces as well, they're variables. So you find the thin nails, some are allowed, some are disallowed by World Athletic standard. So due to traction, you find we start our build-ups. It's a common thing. That's why the cross-country is mainly on muddy terrains and even grounds, which we use as build-ups. Then you find us on Maram. So we were in the past 4 weekend meets have been on Maram, thick and everything. Physiologically, this builds you. This builds your legs for good running. And then when we come to tartan as well, now we're changing it to different shoes as well. So regardless of these tractions, the training regime varies from one coach to another. But again, we have the tools to counterattack this by now having different shoes, shoe technology coming up, and a number of things are coming. You've seen the airbag system from Nike and Adidas. Yeah, so they're good surfaces. The cross-country surfaces are having different nails on the spikes, which is very nice for athletes and very good for the lower limbs build-ups going forward.
Always a pleasure having you, Coach Bernard. And of course, we'll be looking forward to hear what you have. Of course, next weekend, I know your specialty, of course, the sprint and of course the relays. We'll be looking forward to hear what happens there. But right now, we hand you over to the other side where the speeches are currently going on just before we usher in the steeplechase and the 800 meters, which will be among the last events of the day. So let's hear some of the speeches from the Athletics Kenya officials here at the Afraha Stadium in Nakuru.
I will do the platform today. The rest we will discuss on our own, whatever we have. I was not asked to go to the deputy government, but please, let me take this opportunity. I hope I'm not taking the protocol. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you very kindly to come and give your remarks as we continue this event. Thank you so much.
and with this we can say we are resounding success.
May God bless you.
And now we're back in action, and of course, 97 athletes expected to compete in the 3,000 meter steeplechase final. Of course, they'll be divided in different heats, and it's an event that is the third last of the day, because after that we'll have the 800 meters, both men and women final, of course, ushering in the 100 meters also later on. Of course, it's been a very eventful day, but of course, right now it's time to see who is going to be the next star in the steeplechase. Of course, this is a race that Kenya has dominated the globe over a very long period of time, and of course we'll be going through every beat, going through every stride, every step, every water jump, every hurdle that will be coming on the way. Stay around, because this is going to be very, very interesting, and I'll not be alone with the man who has two gold medals, one in the Commonwealth in Delhi, India, 2010, and then in the Continental Cup, and then of course a bronze medalist from the 2008 Beijing Olympics, and of course 2 World Championship medals. Talking about Berlin 2009, that was a very good championship. I remember in the 100 meters, Usain Bolt doing what he did best, breaking the world record over the 200 and the 100 meters then. And of course in 2007 in Osaka, Japan, this man won bronze in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. He'll be helping us scan through this 3,000 meter steeplechase, a race that has attracted 97 entrants. Of course, this will be very, very special. Mr. Richard Matelong, welcome aboard, and of course, for the first time in this booth. How do you feel about it today, first of all?
Thank you very much. And first of all, I want to say that I'm happy that today Afra Stadium is holding an event for the first time since its facelift. And as you can see, the turnout of athletes, everybody wants to be in this place. And it is a good place, it is a central point. And now with the tartan, I believe if athletes run here, you can see them posting some good times. And if you can see a good number registering for steeplechase, this is impetus of that. We'll be having good athletes in the future for the steeplechase.
Of course, you talked about these athletes, of course, 97 in total. I know they'll be divided into several groups, and then they'll be ranked according to the times they post at the end of the day, because we have to know who finishes on the podium. But looking at this talented group of young men running here, what does it tell you, especially on a year when we are going for the World Championships in Japan?
Thank you very much. As a former steeplechaser, I want to say that we've been not doing so well in the steeplechase. Okay, we have athletes, but if you consider the past performance of Kenyan steeplechase with the current, you will see that at the moment we are a bit down. But like today, seeing this good number of steeplechasers registering, is that we as coaches need to see that we get good people who can bring back our prowess in steeplechase. We have good athletes. It's just a matter of mastering the training and improving. Nowadays, training is scientific, and you need to embrace that mode of scientific training.
Take us back to Berlin in 2009, Osaka in 2007. What were the preparations? Because I know you also had weekend meets that you prepared, and of course there are several. By then it was called the Grand Prix. Nowadays it's called the Diamond League. What preparations did you put to ensure that you guys, when you went out there, put on a spirited performances and brought the medals home?
Well, let's talk about myself. During my time, I used to plan myself well, and during the local weekend meets, I used to participate up to 10,000 meters cross country. 5,000. Also, I was competing the weekend meeting as competition, but to myself, those was part of training in preparation for the steeplechase. And nowadays, you see most of them, they don't do that. And even the kind of training they train is not, I would say, it's not enough. Because that time, it was myself, Ezekiel Kemboy, Brimen Kipruto. We also had Paul Kipsele Koech. As you start your training, you know that I need to be in good form for me to be that team because of the kind of stiff competition that we had. So I believe we need to sit down these athletes we have now. We have good athletes. Certainly they need to be advised and they need to be given the techniques and skills to win the steeplechases.
Talking about these young athletes that are coming up, of course, we have the likes of Edmond Serem, of course, Amos Serem, of course, some of the names that are coming in. We expect familiar faces, of course, heading into the season, and those who might also be the ones in line to represent the country in Tokyo. What will it take for, of course, we'll be talking about these athletes. What will it take for them to ensure that they maintain that tradition and, of course, close the gap between Girma and Sofiane El Bakali?
Well, considering that we have the names like Amos Serem, we have the Abraham Kibiwot, and the likes of newcomers like now Edmond Serem, the brother to Amos Serem. We have Koech and others. And even now, from this group running here, our head coach, Mr. Julius Kirwa, has an elaborate plan that we need to pre-plan. You see, this weekend meeting, as you can see, it is road to Tokyo. And I believe there's a plan to get new athletes together with those we have, like Edmund, like Serem, Amos, Abraham Kibiwot, and they be put in a camp early in preparation for this World Championship. And again, I would advise them to minimize the competition outside and also to refrain from competing the road races. What has affected us a lot is going to road races early. In the long run, it will affect our performance.
Before we came on air, of course, we were talking about the prospects and, of course, what is really needed by these athletes to ensure that they stay focused for the events, of course, the major events coming up. And, of course, on your screen right now is Peter Rono in the lead. Seems to be enjoying that healthy lead in this first final, but still early days here because 2.5 laps to go in this one. But then back to what we've been talking about, steeplechase, like twice in a row or thrice in a row, we've not won from 2019 when we won gold in Doha, Qatar. Things have turned bananas, and we've tried so hard to ensure that we close that gap, but other countries are catching up with us. Maybe what are we missing as Kenya, and of course as individual athletics, and what do you feel that these athletes can do differently? Because we say that, okay, this is our year, we go get beaten. We'll try to get our best, we get a bronze. Yes, it's the same story from 2019.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you can see, the last time we got a gold in steeplechase is in 2019, and that was almost, it was a photo finish. And I remember discussing with Coach Mwaniki that in a long time we've never seen that close finish, photo finish in steeplechase, and those were signs that we are facing danger in terms of steeplechase. But right now, as I said before, we have the Abraham Kibiwot who gave her the bronze. We have the Amos Serem and the young Serem and others. And as you can see here, we have quite a number of good talents. What is there is just to mentor these young ones. They need to know the importance of competing in the World Championship, because when you also compete, you need to build a name. And where to build a name is championship. There is this feeling that when you go outside competing for the country, it's much different like when you go for the Diamond League, because when you know the importance, and that's mindset. I think the big thing here is the mindset. You need to prepare this for the mindset that it is possible. We've done before, and it's possible. And as you see from the last championship, that gap of El Bakali has been closed. If we can put them in a camp early, those people are there, the Serem, the Kibiwot and others, and new names that have been identified, put them in a camp early, minimize their competition, try to change their mindset that everything is possible. I think we are good to go. We will be able to prove ourselves and get back to our normal days.
As they hit the bell, Peter Rono enjoying a very healthy lead in this first heat of the 3,000 meters steeplechase final. It's all happening here at the Afra Stadium. Of course, as Richard Matelong, Olympic medalist, telling you that, of course, it's all about the preparations, and of course, the track here in Nakuru will give them a slight advantage over what is going to happen. Of course, if you're joining us, this is the 3,000 meter steeplechase final. This is the first heat. Of course, on your screens right now are athletes trying to ensure that they stay in touch with the leading pack, and of course Peter Rono will be enjoying this because he's coming on the home stretch, leading all the way. He's checking over his shoulder to see who's coming. He sees there's nobody in vicinity, so he will be jogging home. I'm not sure about the timings because all we said here, it will be about the ranking. So as he comes to the home stretch, I know there'll be so many questions. Yes, he finished first, and maybe the second, the third, or the fourth heat might post even faster times, and that is the danger. But he's being cheered on as he takes the last hurdle in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. It is a Kenya's event. We just blipped a little bit, but we know better days to come. Peter Rono, the winner of the first heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase final. He is enjoying the moment, but then there's so little competition for this young man. He looked around, but then that distance was huge, Richard.
Yeah, that distance was huge, and as you can see, during the last part of the event that he's a bit exhausted. That shows that he has a lot to do. And we'll wait to see the other hits and see these athletes, the kind of competition that we'll have. Because winning is one thing, but you also want to see the time and check that we need to improve, and we might try to equate ourselves or measure ourselves with the other, what the competitors. So as I can say, there is a lot to be done. And we as coaches need to sit down around the table and see what issues that we can do to make sure that we close the gap of our competitors. We have the Bakale, we have the Girma, and others. If you can see the Ethiopian player, they are coming. Something has to be done, and it should be now. Yeah.
Of course, you're talking about something has to be done, and I was covering the National Cross Country Series that just ended in February. And there was this issue that arose, and Coach Julius Kiri was really furious. I think we were in Bomet at the airstrip, where he said that steeplechasers are shying away from competing in these off-season races like the road races, the cross-country, which of course acts as a pre-season, and the terrains are of course also some of the things they look at, because he said that if they use that cross-country series well, then it prepares them well for the future. Is this a major concern whereby most of these athletes choose, let's say, to do other events and assuming what could have really helped them?
Yeah, it's a great concern because like myself, I used to do the cross-country, 12 kilometers cross-country. And I remember going to World Championship to all cross-country twice or even thrice. And having Winnipeg sometime back in 2007, I won the nationals. That was 12 kilometers. And these 12 kilometers, and my specialty is 3,000 meters steeplechase. So when you come back, that is, you used to get yourself in terms of stamina and mileage. So when you come to your event now, you just work on your speed, because you already have the stamina. You work on your speed and the techniques of the barrier. Because as a good steeplechaser, you need to have three things. You need to possess that stamina, like for a cross-country runner. You need to have speed, like that of a 1,500 meters runner. And finally, possess skills, like that of a hurdler. If you take these three aspects put together, we'll have a very good steeplechase. And as I said before, that now we are working with the head coach to come up. We already have a plan to see that we come up with a good number of athletes, put them in a camp, and sit them down, talk to them on the things that they are supposed to avoid. Like now, of competing, going to road races, and telling them the importance of competing in the cross country. When they come to weekends meeting like this, you go to event like 10,000 or even 5,000 or even 15,000 meters, 1,500 meters. It will help in a lot of, in terms of speed and even stamina.
Of course, having the 1500 meters, of course, is half of what you guys used to do in the 3000 meter steeplechase. But then I'm looking at, of course, on your screens right now is the second heat of the 3000 meters steeplechase men final, and it's all happening here at the Afraha Stadium, a beautiful facility here at Afraha in Nakuru City. We used to call it Nakuru County, but right now we say it is Nakuru City, something that is very interesting, and you can see, I like what we've just witnessed. Is it this blip, has it ever happened to you before? Because we've just witnessed an incident unfold in front of our eyes.
It happens. It has never happened to me, but it has happened to someone while competing. Because, with these steeplechases, it has a lot of challenges. That when you're competing, you need to be that you consider, or even you need to be more active when running. You need to, when you're approaching the barrier, you need to make sure that the barrier is clear, you can see it, and but this one comes when you practice, during practice, the techniques of attacking the barrier, and then you are many and still strong. You need to watch make sure that when about 50 meters before the barrier, the barrier should be clear, and you calculate. Yeah.
And what happens? Let's say, how are you guys navigating? Let's say you reach near the barrier. It's a push and shove every time, like what we witnessed, of course, in London in 2012, where Bremen was tripped and he fell, but he recovered, something like that. So, how well do you time this? You said when you reach 15 meters, you have to calculate on how you're going to take that stride.
Not even 15 meters, 50 meters. The barrier has to be very visible, and when you are there, at the beginning everybody is strong, so you need to be careful. Either you stay behind or you be in front, because the shoving is no more. Of course, there is this accident that you can't avoid. Maybe you are pushed to the barrier. So, like what happened now is too unfortunate. Somebody is injured, because when you hit the barrier, it is dangerous. Like even what happened to Girma in the finals during the Olympics. It is too bad. But what I can advise at least, when you are training, during normal training, when you do the barriers, techniques, so to try and practice to avoid when you are attacking the barrier, about 50 meters, you just make sure that you can hit the barrier and calculate your steps so that you don't hit the barrier. Unless you are pushed, then that will be an accident. Yeah.
And of course, you talked about the barriers, and then comes the other crucial stage, the water jump.
Yeah, so there's also the aspect of water jump. You said like what happened to Amos Rem. He was shoved off while he was on the air, and he missed and went out, came back, and go over the barrier. That costed him. In fact, why not for that? He could have done a bit better, but he went back to the barrier and then chased the group to make sure he was in the finals. And they used a lot of energy that affected him eventually during the finals. And like British Chepkwech in some championship, he forgot to go through the water jump, went around the curve and then come back again. So I think sometimes it's just about concentration. Yeah.
Talking about concentration, it is a very huge aspect in steeplechase running, because you have to go jump through barriers, then go through the water jump, and of course the flat surface. So it is so technical, and you look at even how people jump. Like I've been watching this race at the water jump. There's someone who manually just decided to climb over the hurdle and then jump into the water like a routine. We've seen what the likes of El Bakali do, in that he runs from the back, then he knows, he calculates his splits. Which one gives you a chance? After how many meters do you decide, okay, let me take this on? What should be the splits that will give you a chance of actually finishing on the podium?
It actually depends. As you said, steeplechase is a complex event, that you need to have consider so many aspects, because you need to have speed, you need to have stamina, You need to have those techniques of going over the barrier. And either going in front or behind, it depends on an athlete. Because some athletes are front runners. Like if you like somebody who could run from front. Myself, I used to start behind, and then maybe at the middle of the race, I come in front. And Bagali have seen runs from behind, and he calculates well when to attack. So I think when you have an athlete, after watching him or her competing, you'll be able to tell that this one is a front runner, this one is a slow runner, start from behind. And once you have identified the athlete well, now during the training, that is the time to fix all this. That this is the time to attack the barrier. If you are fast enough, you can go in front. But if you doubt yourself, you better remain behind and lane one. Because if you go, let's say lane 2, lane 3, you'll be using a lot of excess energy, and you'll be something of kind of exhausted towards the finish.
And we see the lead being exchanged there. It was Wilberforce Cornes who was in the lead, but right now it's now down to Wesley Langat. Wesley Langat, of course, now assuming the lead as they navigate through 1.5 laps to go in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. If you're joining us, this is the second heat of the men final. But then we are in Nakuru, and we know Nakuru for that diverse weather patterns. And you've been here, you raced on Maram, right now on Tatan, and we just back to what we've been talking about over and over again over the last 2 days, the importance of having a standard track for these athletes. How good is it for both the preparations and, of course, giving the athletes enough better preparations for events?
I think what I can say concerning this track, Nakuru Afra Stadium is a central point. It's a good track. I raced here before, but I think the time I raced for steeplechase in this track was a long time ago when I was in high school. But as now, when I become a good athlete, what I've raced here is 5,000 and 1,500 meters. I've never raced steeplechase. But I was even asking somebody that I only wish this track came during our time. Because this place, one, is a central point. Two, the climate here is favorable. If you are in good form, you can post a very good time here. So this one came at the right time. At least now we have a good track outside Nairobi that athletes can compete on. And Nakuru is a central point. It's a cosmopolitan city now. And it's a good track. And just some small touches, when they finish, we have a good track that can give us chances to compete and to organize a more competition in the athletes.
Wilberforce Komen taking the last water jump. He checks over his shoulder to see where Wesley is. He is not in vicinity, so he is the man to beat right now as he heads on the home stretch into the last 50 meters, takes the last hurdle. He grimaced a little bit, but then he knows he's got it. Mr. Wilberforce Komen, winner of the second heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Once again, Mr. Kones, of course, is very experienced, of course, the man from police. Look at him, compare him, the way he's finished with Peter Rono. What can you talk about when you see Kones actually putting such a performance?
In fact, I must say that I'm happy to see Kones finish that day. He's one of the athletes that I've mentored in the police. And seeing the way he finished and consider with the first hit, at least you see he can finish strong. But the other one's a bit exhausted. But he's equally good. It's just a matter of fine-tuning the training or even increase the speed. They are all good. Yeah.
About of course them being good, of course Wesley coming in second place, and you look at the difference between you've talked about preparations, and steeplechase gives you that opportunity to gauge yourself whether you really prepared well or there was something amiss. And of course Wilberforce Kones has shown us that better preparations will always propel you to getting greater things. And we back in action. We've seen a couple of hiccups, and you of course, at the police service, I know you always look at these athletes, you train with them daily. I know you cannot be training the way you used to do when you are in competition, but then you look at them. Mr. Kones, of course, you've mentored some of these athletes. You'll be talking to them after this. Maybe what will you tell, let's say someone at Kones heading into, there's a Kip Keino Classic, the Wonder Diamond League is here, every single competition that he might want to participate in?
I think considering they have seen the competition, it is good. And also considering the time that we are now, there is still room for improvement. Because, coming to compete in these weekend meetings is a test. You go and compete, you just train without competing, you never know that which side or which part you need to improve on. But competing here, at least you can see that this athlete is good. Like now, the first hit, you see the athlete that Peter Rono finished first position, but there are things that he needs to improve on. But you see, he finished, but he was a bit exhausted. Contest now is good, but they can still improve, maybe on the speed and the techniques to avoid what we saw now.
As we await for the third heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase finals, Charity is with Wilberforce Kones, winner of the second heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. I'd really love to hear what he has to say after that emphatic win just moments ago. Over to you, Charity. Being informed that Charity is still getting ready for that, but of course we've talked about close to 97 athletes in this 3,000 meters steeplechase final. We're just about to witness heat number 3, which has just begun right now at the Afra Stadium. But then I'm told Charity is ready. So Charity, if you can hear me, take it away.
By Wilberforce Kones, he's won the second heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Wilberforce, tumekuwa naye kutoka Thika, tukakuja Kapsabet. Sai iko vipi kwako?
Sai naona kuna great improvement. Kwa tulianzia Thika, nilikuwa na testing mwili iko namna gani. So then Kapsabet. So nikajua weakness iko wapi. So nikaenda nikawork on my weakness. That's why nimewin hiyo hit. Yeah.
So sai barrier zote clearance iko sawa?
Iko sawa. Yeah.
Any international race ama any other race tunakungoja ni gani?
Next week Sunday on 12. Yeah. Botswana. Yeah. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
That was Wilberforce Kones. His heat was also quite fast. He's saying that he's happy that with his performance, and he'll be going to prepare for his race on 12th next month in Botswana. Over to you, Mulevi and Matelong, as we continue.
Thank you, Charity. Charity has been speaking to Kones, Wilberforce, winner of the second heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And now on to the third one. And I know you've noticed something, Mr. Richard. You've noticed something, the unique running style of the leader. Can he maintain this? And what would be the best running style? Because we've seen so many athletes struggle, especially they start early, but after taking the first water jump, they ease a little bit, and then it becomes a problem heading into the last laps.
A bigger problem in the steeplechase, athletes train, but there is one thing they forget, to do the techniques of the barriers. You find you are good in training, but as a steeplechaser, you need to do extra. And what I normally tell athletes is, after training, when you do the evening jogging, incorporate the aspect of barrier training. At least you train for the other barriers and even the water jump, so that when it comes to competition, it won't be hard for you, because you can have a very good athlete, but when it comes to the barriers, that's where the problem is, and most especially the water jump. And what an athlete can do is do the barriers, and at the preparation, you do a lot of hill work so that you can have that stamina. But like even this heat is a bit faster. I only hope that they finish in that speed because a number of them are good here, judging by the way they are competing now. Even they're attacking the barriers. If they can maintain this, we can have some good number of people here. Considering that those no names in the steeplechases are not here. So these might be new people that can be identified or spot-landed and now put in the camp and given a good program for the steeplechase with good coaches, those who are experienced, and sit down and be talked to and to change the mindset that these things are possible. There is nothing impossible. Once you've trained, you can compete well because these are the people, they came here, trained with us, and copied our techniques, and they are now beating us.
Yeah, but you're right because most of these athletes come train with us. Look at the likes of Joshua Cheptegei has been dominating us in the 10,000 meters. Sifan Hassan currently training in E10 for the London Marathon that will be happening later on this month. But then looking at there's some techniques that you've been talking about, and you pointed out the water jump. How should an athlete, I know they're listening across the globe, how do you take the water jump? How do you attack it?
The water jump, as I said before, athletes are different. There are those who step up on the barrier and push himself. The others who just go over the barrier. The technique here is to train. I don't need no secret. To just train and make sure that everything is in good order. Speed, the stamina. Once you have all this, and now you attack the barrier, as I said before, like for the water jump. Once you take the calf and you see the water jump, you need to make sure it is feasible, and practice makes perfect. Once you land, you don't need to land and stand. You land while in motion, because most of the athletes, they are being overtaken at the water jump. Because if you don't practice, you will land there and waste some time there, and that's where you lose it. So you need to practice. You land while on the motion.
Gilbert Kipkemoi enjoying a healthy lead in this 3,000 meters steeplechase heat number 3, and you've just talked about the water jump and of course the techniques of you said it varies from an athlete to an athlete, and I realize some of the mistakes athletes do, maybe when they get into the water jump, coming out of it becomes a problem in that you are stuck in the water jump, and that one of course it wastes some microseconds, which of course recovering is not really easy. And I'm looking at the jumping style of let's say Gilbert Kipkemoi, who is currently in the lead. He seems to be the one using he jumps with one leg and then the other one steps on the water. He looks to be very comfortable, by the way, with that running style. And you look at him as he checks over his shoulder. Of course, 1.5 laps to go in this one. And as you see, he's calculating really well. Is this just as you expected from a steeplechaser?
Yeah, if you've seen, the way you have seen him attacking the barrier, that's a good athlete. If you miss a step while approaching the barrier, it is dangerous because you may miss your step and fumble and you find yourself hitting the barrier. But for that lead, at least you've seen, he attacks the barrier very well, strong. And at the water jump, I've not seen him well, but I see I've been overtaken. He's good. Just a matter of polishing.
Looking at, of course, Gilbert Kipkemoi is a young man, 25 years of age, running for Central Rift. So I believe he is in the best place and of course in the best shape. In second place currently is Stephen Kiplagat, another young man who's also coming up really well. And of course he comes from South Rift, a place which has also produced very good steeplechasers. And you look at the way Mr. Gilbert Kipkemoi looks as he hits the bell, and now it's time to burst. He checks the barrier, looks at where Stephen Kiplagat is, and decides, this is how I'm gonna do. You are on the home stretch, someone is closer to you. how do you attack this one? When do you decide, okay, let me sprint? Will you do a keep boy the way you did in Rio?
First of all, if you can see the style of Ezekiel Kimbo and Paul Koech, the way they used to do the water jump, they step on that barrier and spraying it. In fact, you could finish the race and he has no more than on the shot because he lands outside the water. And I will encourage our athletes to practice that. Once you master that, that is the only secret in the steeplechase. Attacking the barriers, good techniques, and now possess that good speed is a very interesting event when you are in good form. But if you go there half prepared, it will be a disaster.
Gilbert Kipkemboi will be jogging home, takes the last barrier. He will be definitely winning this third heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And of course, it has been a very, very fast race. Compared to the other heats, this has been a faster race. And of course, Stephen Kiplagat coming in second. And Mr. Gilbert Kipkemboi, of course, the 25-year-old carrying the day and ensuring that this is what it takes to win a steeplechase race. And of course, a couple of races are still lined up. There's the 800 meters and of course the 100 meters still to come here in Nakuru at the Afra Stadium. I'll be just confirming in a few if that was the last heat, but the large number of athletes that came around here just showed you that there is a huge interest in this steeplechase race that of course we've dominated, but then just blipped a little bit. Of course, the last gold medal coming way back in 2019 in Doha, Qatar, where we won in the World Championship, but it was a photo finish which really made sure that we at least maintained some heritage. And I'm just looking around to see if there is another heat of the 3,000 meter steeplechase. I think we are done. And thank you very much. And maybe your last words as I release you, Richard Matelong, of course. You've done wonderful things. What are your plans for this year, of course, both as a coach and, of course, and as a person? What are you planning? Are we seeing anything special coming from your camp?
Well, thank you very much. I think my parting shot is that we've seen them competing. We have a good number of athletes that are good, but that's not enough. We need to go deep down, try to identify good talents from these young talents and from these athletes of the 1,500 meters, because those are the people that we need to look at them, identify a number of them, put them in a camp, give them a good program for steeplechase. And I've been away since last year, September, up to last month, March. But now, I am here now. I had a meeting with Coach Kirwa, and we are working on something. I think there's a plan coming that a number of athletes be selected, put in camp, and be taken through an extensive program in preparation for the World Championship in Tokyo. I still don't know, but something is coming up. We'll have training for steeplechase. I think for the athletes, all the categories, but myself, I'm talking of steeplechase because this, we used to say, is our event, our specialty, which is no longer that because we've been beaten for severally. But I think I have that feeling that we are coming back soon and we are coming back strong. We have athletes, a good number of them. It's just a good plan and a good program, and we will be back to our feet.
Thank you very much, and you can now enjoy the sprints. Richard Matelong, of course, speaking to us here, and of course he's told us so many important tips for an athlete to win a steeplechase race, and this is something that we all wanted to hear. And of course, hearing from the expert makes it even better because he's a world beater, a two-time world championship medalist, and of course he is a man who is honored. Right now, it's time for the sprints, and we start with the women 100 meters. We'll be getting the start list shortly.
Greg, this is a stacked 100-meter final for the women. Lane 1, we have Brenda Masitsa. Lane 2, we have the Olympian from Sudan. Lane 3, we have Doreen Waka. Lane 4, Esther Mbagari. Lane 5, Kadogo former national champion, former record holder. Lane 6, we have Laventa Mutavi, and lane 7, Morara. Yes, fully stacked 100-meter final. Remember, Esther Mbagari is just coming from getting a silver medal in the 400 meters. So it will be interesting to see if she wins this one.
Yvonne Mwangala, Lucia Williams, Doreen Waka, Esther Mbagari, Eunice Kadogo, of course, right now on your screen, the former national champion. That is Lavenda, of course, the partner to Ferdinand Omanyala. And of course, that is Doreen Waka. And Brenda Masiza, the cousin to Esther Mbagari. This will be very interesting. So who's going to carry the day? We await to see. And of course, the tensions are high. Esther Mbagari, fresh from finishing second in the 400 meters. She's the national champion in the 100 meters. In the 200 meters, holds both records nationally. And of course, Coach Hillary, you were telling me about her thinking of switching to the 400 meters because she has the physique, she has the of course the speed, and of course the technique is what she needs to work on. But this is the 100 meters women final. Very interesting. And of course Lucia Williams from South Sudan, she has been here a while. She keeps on improving and she's an Olympian.
Yes, and I can assure you the first one to come off the blocks will be Doreen Waka. She's always a very fast starter, but fades towards the finishing. She should borrow a leaf from Esther Mbagari. Hope this will be a clean start. Also, Lucia Williams always has a very fast start, explosive start. This one will be decided at the line, and I hope Esther Mbagari comes. Thus the race has come out as a clean start. Esther Mbagari, like I told you, seen Doreen Waka there leading the pace, but towards the end, everybody comes and passes her. She managed to hang on for second, but Esther Mbagari winning these 100 meters, just coming off as the second person in the 400 meters flat. Very good start for Mbagari.
Esther Mbagari does the 200, does the 400, comes to win the 100. What kind of stamina does she have? But then another beautiful story. Eunice Kadogo coming in third, of course. She's a mother. She gave birth. She had a maternity leave, and then when she tried coming back, she had an injury set up. But yet again, look at how well they got off the block. Lucia Williams, as you had predicted, came off the blocks really nicely. She led up to the 30-meter mark, but then Doreen Waka, very good, very explosive, but then just that stamina to make it to edge through. Esther Mbagari coming through. Eunice Kadogo, did she just about? Okay, now we have frozen this image. Who finished second? Coach Hillary.
The second person, Doreen Waka, managed to hang on to the second position, as you can see from the photo finish. But finishing is really bad, really awful. Her coach Migwi needs to work on that. You can't lead all this way, then get past at the end. She's hanging to dear life.
Did she just check over her shoulder to see where Lucia Williams was and then forgot about Esther Mbagari?
That's what happened. But you see how she did? She knows how to do the dash. That's a dash finish.
Eunice Kadogo, of course, teaming in from lane number 5. She almost got that second. Lucia Williams disappointingly finishing fourth. I like her hairstyle, by the way. She reminds me of Sheila Ann Fraser-Price.
Sure. She went to the Olympics, met her, and maybe borrowed a leaf from Shelly Ann Fraser-Price. My all-time favorite female athlete, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price. But I like her running mechanics. Look at her. The lady at lane 3, Lucia. Then she tried to overtake, but it was done. Good job, Esther Mbagari. Keep it up. Hope to see you in the trials running the 100 and 400.
And I think it's all about the happenings. And of course, the start list for the men, 100 meters will be up in a bit as the athletes line up. I can see Meshak Babu. Dennis Mwai is also here. Ronald Kiprono, of course. There's Stephen Ocheng, the most experienced in this field, I think. And off they go smoothly. Let's see who reigns supreme in this one. Meshak Babu trying so hard to come from the outside and should be having this one very easily. Wow. This man keeps on improving day in, day out. And I'm sure you've been following his progress closely. Are they training together? I can see men in blue.
The men in blue you see there is Utawala Sports Club. They have around 5 people in that final. But like I told you, this should count to a medal, not just a finish. We need to find them into a medal at the World Championship. And as you can see from lane 1, that is Dennis Mwai. His form is dipping a little bit. I don't know why. Maybe he needs to go back to the drawing board, but I can sense he's getting tired. As you can see from the screens, Mbabu leading, then Oluoch came in strongly for second. Ronald Kiprono, where is Kiprono? I can't see him in this starting lineup. But you can see 5 blue shirts. Ochieng there, the most experienced, finishing about position 6. Yes, about position 6. I can't wait for the trials. This will be, it will be interesting to see who wins the trials.
Next weekend we have the sprints happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, I'll be very interested to hear what Meshak Babu has to say. Of course, he also wants to challenge the likes of Mark Otieno, whom I really don't understand why he hasn't competed here. Maybe is he his season, has he started his season, or is still marking time before making an appearance?
Mark Otieno has run 2 races in South Africa. Where first one they ran, the first and second races they ran with Ferdinand Omanyala. So he's not made a local debut, but he's run 2 races outside Kenya in South Africa. All of them running 10:3 something, if 10:3, yes. But I hope during the trials he can lower those times and he'll make the team. He has always been a dependable starter for Team Kenya in the 4x1.
The World Relays will be happening between May, I think May 11th, as we 10th and 11th in Guangzhou, China. And of course the team selection will be done next weekend in Nairobi. And of course Ferdinand Omanyala will be taking part, of course, in the Gabon Grand Prix in Gaborone, Botswana. It's not in Gabon, it's Botswana. And of course I'm waiting to see if Charity is ready. If Charity, you are ready, you can actually tell us what Meshak Babu feels about him winning the 100 meters. As, of course, we are waiting for Charity to speak to Meshak Babu. I can see him being given a VIP treatment from, of course, the Utawala running camp. And of course, Charity, if you're ready, please take it away.
And Victor, I'm joined there by Meshak Babu. He's had a very competitive 100 meters race. Babu, sai unafeel aje performance yako iko vipi?
Na feel vizuri sana kwa sababu from the start performance haijakuwa vibaya, imekuwa mzuri, so na feel so proud. Yeah.
I'm looking forward next week to kuna trials za relays. Nini sana utaenda kuangalia na kusharpen kwa mazoezi yako?
Kwa mazoezi yangu nimekuwa na jaribu ku work on the starts because the previous season nimekuwa nasumbua. So I was working on start mostly. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Meshak Babu. He's just won the 100 meters race. We are going now to focus on the next race. Over to you, Hilary and Victor, as we continue.
Awarded by Lieutenant General retired
Meshak Babu, the man from the Kenya Defence Forces, speaking to Charity as we gear up for the next event. Of course, the last two events of the day. It's the 800 meters men and women final. And of course, Coach Hillary, I'll be asking you just before we go to the track, what has been your huge picking point in Nakuru over the last 2 days?
Thank you very much, Greg. From this meet, I can see some people's form dipping. The likes of Dennis Moy, his performance has gone a little bit down, but there are others whose form has remained constant, like Ronald Kiprono from Utawala, and there are others who have improved, like Meshak Babu. I can't say, telling from what he ran in Uganda two meets ago. He's run twice in Uganda, running 10.4 and 10.3 and 10.40. So I'm just waiting for the trials next week. There's not a lot somebody can do in this 1 week. It's just speed maintenance and just keeping off some injuries. There's nothing much you can do in 7 days. But you can in these 7 days you can either improve or get worse. But I hope everybody comes into the trials clean and injury free. Now to 800 meters. There is the former 400 meters hurdle champion there, our former national African champion in lane 4. I've seen her training. She's doing both the 400 meters hurdles and the 800 meters. Of course, she's shifting to 800 meters, being coached by Coach Vincent Momo.
The 800 meters women final underway. Of course, 2 laps of this one in what many describe as the most technical race. So, who is going to carry the day in this one? Fanny Skerubo, of course, she did really well during the National Cross Country Series in Kisii, and we'll be waiting to see what happens. I'm being informed we also have the relays today, the 4x4 and the 4x100 meters that will be coming up. And this is the 800 meters. That is Fanny Skerubo, of course. She is in prime position to carry this one. 1 lap to go, and it is getting very, very interesting as I try to grab some of the start list of this one, the 800 meters. It's all happening here in Nakuru, their first stadium, for the first time hosting this event on a track. So there you go. It is very, very close, this one. And that's where the lactic acid creeps in. Athletes having very tired legs. But then Naomi Corey tried really hard to come, but she wasn't just able. You see some tired legs there, coach. Heading into the last few meters of this one. Is it the track or them competing in so many races?
It's just tactical awareness from the athletes. You need to be a little bit more tactic coming into the last lap. You shouldn't blast in the first one and get tired in the second lap. You have to distribute your energy evenly for you to stand a chance of winning. Yesterday's 800 meters was so tactful also. Let's see what they have here.
Anaitwa nani huyo mwenye ameshinda?
I see there's Alan. That is Alan Cheminingwa, the fastest man this year. He will be in the lineup for the 800 meters. That is I see the tall figure of Cheminingwa. He likes the luminous bib, and hopefully this is his year. And we await for the start of this 800 meters men final. So we await for the start of the 800 meters men final. So who carries the day? And there you go, 2 laps off on this track, the 800 meters, and of course we'll be waiting to see who takes the inside lane for the first time. And of course, Coach Hilary, you can just take us through the tactical view of this race. It's fast and furious in the first 400. We know 1:44 is the time required for these athletes to actually have a dream of running at the Olympics, and of course it starts with this one. So which is the best split that they can have?
52 and 50. You do 51 and 53, or 53 then 51. Depends if you are a negative split athlete or what. But you shouldn't go all out in the first lap. Just hang in there with the rest, then have your kick. You might not run 1:44 here, but you might run a good time that will push you for Diamond League or races ahead. Look at Way coming in from 3rd position, running so well. Obadia in 2nd position, and Cheminingwa leading. This is where there is wheat and chaff now. From the 600 meters going to the 800 meters. Cheminingwa will hold onto this lead and win it. Now look at everybody flocking in now for the final 100 meters. Cheminingwa with the fastest time this year coming in position 1.
Shadrach pushing Cheminingwa all the way, but I just like the way he is heading into that final stretch, and it must have been very energy sapping, but then Aaron Cheminingwa winning the final of the 800 meters, and it's the first final of the 800 meters, and of course with the many entries I believe there'll be more athletes coming in. And of course, we are just about to witness yet another hit of the 800 meters. But then Aaron Cheminingwa has shown the way, and of course, we'll be very eager to hear what he has to say. We'll be speaking to Charity in a bit. And if you're joining us, of course, one more hit of the 800 meters here at the Afra Stadium. So we'll be waiting to hear what Aaron has to say. Of course, he has one of the fastest times in the 800 meters over the last 2 years.
Remember, Cheminingwa also trains with Mary Mora. Mary Mora is the training partner, and the coach is Coach Alex Sang, seasoned coach in the 800 meters. So it's good to see Cheminingwa still at the top. Remember, he had one of the fastest times on Kenyan soil last year, and he has the fastest time on Kenyan soil this year, 1:43.
Thomas, this is your first track and field event for the season. Preparation yako imekuwa vipi?
Nasema kwanza kabisa namshukuru Mungu kwa sababu season haijaanza vizuri vile, but namshukuru Mungu. I hope maybe next time I'll improve more. So I'm still going with my training. Knowing very well that I have other races forward and other races. So preparation ni nimekuja kujaribu kama mwili inaweza songa. So but the way I see my body is responding well. So I hope for the best.
Kwa Diamond League utaanzia na gani?
First Diamond League itakuwa so
under 20
I hope
a few years ago.
Things will go well.
And he was in the World Championships and the Olympic Games.
So kwa mazoezi utaenda kufocus nini sana sana?
Focus sana ni just speed. Last
800 meters. The world record.
All the best and congrats.
Thank you.
That was Aaron Cheminingwa. He's saying that he's hoping that you'll be able to have faster times and also go compete in Doha for his first Diamond League race, because this was also his first track and field event for the season. Over to you, Victor and Hilary, as we continue the next heat.
Right there at the back, the second heat of the 800 meters final is underway, of course, navigating through the 300 meter mark as they come here to hit the bell. Reynold Kipkorir currently in 6th place. He likes running from the back. Had a really good race yesterday as they hit the bell. Still a packed field here. They're being urged to check on the time. Reynold now in 3rd place. It's getting hotter. It's getting faster, of course. Collins also trying very hard. This is very, very interesting. This will be a very close race, and this is where they take the bend. And Reynold Kipkorir being cheered on by the Nakuru crowd. Will he hang on there? And he just about wins this second final. Remember, this is a former world junior champion over the 800 meters. Reynold, with that unique style, of course, also dominated the 2-kilometer loop race during the national cross-country championships. Reynold Chariot Kipkorir, winner of the 800 meters, heat number 2. After this, of course, we'll have the relays, the 4x4, the 4x100, that will be coming up later on. But then Reynold Chariot Kipkorir has actually shown us why he is a former world junior champion, winning the 800 meters heat number 2. Those are some of the coaches, some of those attending this 2-day event happening here for us. But then Reynold is with Charity, so Charity, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm joined here by Reynold Cheriot. Reynold, kuangalia performance yako ya leo, una feel aje?
Performance ya leo imekuwa mzuri. Nilianza kukimbia mzuri. Ingawa nilikuwa na tension mingi. Chui ilikuwa my first time to run 800. Nashukuru nimeweza kubeba kwa height yangu. Yep.
Aha, ulikuwa umesema earlier on vile tulikuwa tumeongea na on Thursday utakuwa unakuja leo kutest speed. Speed imeingiana vile unataka?
Sasa speed sio mbaya. Nilikuwa nimekuja kutest speed and reaction. So naona sio mbaya. So ikifika time ya kukimbia 1500 naona nitakuwa sawa. Yep. Aya, tupatie hiyo international calendar iko vipi? Umejipanga vipi? My first race I'm going to start at the door 5,000. After door nikuje Rabat nikimbia 1500. After Rabat nikuje ya nyumbani Veno Classic on the first. Yep. Ulikuwa umesema one of the Diamond League races utaenda kukimbia 5,000, ni gani hiyo? Ile iko doa. My first race tafanyika doa, ndaenda kuanzia 5,000 meters. Yep. Target yako itakuwa? Target yangu ni lower my personal best to come at least 12:50, 12:58 there. Yep. Okay. All the best and congratulations. Thank you. That is Reynold Cheriot. He announced himself in the world during the under-20 event, and he's saying that he will be today. He competed in the 800 meters. He wanted to test his speed and reaction, and when he goes to Doha, he'll be doing the 5,000 meters also to test his speed and endurance as he prepares for the World Championships. He's hoping that his target is also to be making it at the medal bracket when it comes to Tokyo World Championships. Tokyo World Championships that will be in Japan in September. Over to you, Victor, as we continue with the next event.
Thank you, Charity, for carrying out those beautiful interviews there. And of course, we come to the end of this broadcast, and we've been live from the Afra Stadium in Nakuru City. A very beautiful city, of course, a city that has nurtured so many talents, from journalists to commentators to, of course, athletes. And of course, we've enjoyed 2 days of action here, courtesy of Athletics Kenya, of course, BETIKA sponsoring this event, and it has come in handy. We witnessed so many good races, Victor, and it's something that we cannot just take for granted.
Well, indeed, it has been 2 days of action-packed athletics action, and indeed from us we can't say much, but on to the next leg. And congratulations to the winners. A big shout out to BETIKA once again, ADAC, for ensuring that the athletes run clean and run right. From me, Victor Gale, and my senior colleague Gregory Mulemi, just to wish you a blessed weekend and on to the next leg. Goodbye.